hello. Sorry, that one was bad. Hello, hi, hi. I'm... okay. Hello, hi, oi, 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 and all that. For real, for real. What up? Hello? Hello again, I'm back. You're all back? Welcome back. I'm back. 6 back, 5 you, and all that good stuff. What's up? Ducks. Sumugi, hello. Mamag, welcome back. Felix, welcome back. Banana, hello again, welcome back. Hello, Colberg, what's going on? What's up, what's up? Today's been interesting, I'll tell you that much. Well, how's it been, first of all? The weather outside? I hate it. It's nice and sunny and clear skies and nice and warm. And, it's loathsome. I hate it. I want the Seattle cold weather back. They don't want me to have it. How's your cold? Oh, that's right, I'm still sick, I forgot. It did not get better at all today. I feel the same as I did yesterday. Except without my... well, I guess it got better. Because my body doesn't ache anymore. You drawing? Ooh, what you drawing? But I'm still coughing, I'm still phlegming and stuff like that. I woke up late today. I set my alarm wrong because I thought I was supposed to be at work at 8 o'clock instead of 7 o'clock. And I woke up at 6:30. And that was when I was supposed to be out the door. So I threw on something real casual and skipped out the door as fast as I could. Brushed my teeth and everything. Welcome for reminding me of your suffering. All good, all good. You doing homework right now, Emmett? Dang, couldn't be me. I'm too old for that. Hello, Rachel, what's up? Well, it's not that I'm too old for it, but I'm definitely not in high school. I'm definitely not in, like, secondary schooling anymore. Hello, K-Last and Lashy, sorry. Nux. But, today was really weird. Sorry, it's gonna be a pretty slow day today. We're playing Suzerain. There's gonna be a lot of reading. If you're not into reading, then this is not the stream for you. This is usually what the stream is about, though. The stream is usually about reading. Wish you could wake up and work at 6 a.m. for work. Ugh. Konnichiwa, Chelsea. Konnichiwa. You have Roblox? There's always Roblox. That is true. But yeah, today has been very, very strange because I woke up today and I got to work and I usually sleep at work on my 30-minute break or whatever. I take like a nap, you know? And today I just decided not to, you know? Hello, Johnny Joestar, because I just couldn't get to sleep, you know? So I was like, all right, let me leave. So on my 30-minute, I decided to just like leave. Not work, but like for like 15 minutes. Like I just decided to walk up the street, you know, 15 minutes out and 15 minutes back in. Because I was like, oh, that's right. I'm like a human being. I'm not like tied to my workplace. I'm not tied to like the confluence of like the workspace that I live in to like this capital machination that I exist within. I don't have to exist directly within its like prospects. I can just go away. I can just walk away. And so I did, you know, instead of being marred and mired by the confluence of a work site. I decided to operate in its valence for like 15 minutes. So I just went for a walk, and I walked up Blanchard Street here. If any of you are from Seattle, Blanchard Street is the street I decided to walk up today. Hello, and the area that I work in downtown Seattle is a very ritzy area. There's a ton of rich people. And there's like a big skyscrapers, you know, a lot of Amazon employees, just a ton of wealthy people just a lot of people who make a lot of money. Hello, Meep. Hello, Mango. Hello, Asta. Hello, Emmett. And so, I went to, I just walked up the street, you know? And... Sorry, I'm a little sick right now. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm a little sick right now. And then what's it called? It's Astrox, not Asta? Sorry. And then, what ended up happening was, most of it was, like, a rich area. And then about maybe, like, the last, like, 2 minutes of the walk that I got in, sort of closer to the water, it's just when it turns into, like, the ghetto. And, it pretty much just, like, cuts off. It's just, like, there's 5th Street, and then, like, 4th Street is, like, the ghetto. And I made it pretty much down to, like, 1st Street in, like, 15 minutes. And, on the corner of Blanchard and 2nd is the King County, Department of Health and Services and stuff like that. You know, where people go to get, like, maybe not their social security checks, but, like, they can apply for Medicaid and stuff like that. They can get, like, their healthcare applications. Maybe not in King County. It might not be a county-wide thing. And it was closed down today, which was weird because it was, like, the middle of the day on Monday, so I was like, okay, I guess we're not open on work days. But there was a blood donation bank truck outside. And all the homeless people were lined up selling their blood. So I was like, oh, this is definitely something. This is definitely something, for sure. Hello, Great Creator, what's up? Hello, Sky. Your belly hurts? Dang. And I was like, oh, this is enlightening. You know, I was like, oh, I had, you know, for how shitty it was, I had, like, a good time. Because, like, it's the first time that I decided to, like, go outside and, like, you know, at like, work, instead of being, like, and I had, you know, I remembered that I was, like, a person with, like, capability, who could, like, go outside and, like, do things, you know, like, be outside. It was, like, it was kind of, like, a liberating feeling for a second there. But then, I went on, for some reason, I went on, after my last 10-minute break, I decided to do like a 7.5-minute walk up the street, because I take 15-minute breaks when they try to send me on my 10. Traffic-flavored ice cream cone. Hello, Elle. Hello, Marlenia. What's up? I noticed how there's been some new people recently. How do you feel about that, Banana? Oh, don't worry, Banana. They'll be gone here in a second. Trust me. When we start reading, when people find out what this game is about, they realize how boring it actually is, then they'll disappear real quick. But, yeah, I decided to go on, like, another 7.5-minute walk and stuff. And, I decided that I hate being outside. So I was like, I like being... I don't know, there's something about it that's just not for me, you know? Going outside, doing things, being around people, I guess it's just not my thing, you know? And I don't know, it's bittersweet, I guess. It's bittersweet. Alright, let's take a look. We're talking about, we're back again with our Rizia run. I wanted to read that, fuck. We're back again with our Rizia run. We're completely out of resources. Let me see. Kingdom increases the share in RRG, Hagel tightens Galmland trade. We're trying to peacefully annex Pales, and we're trying to get Zeal back without getting owned. I guess that's the big rub this run. We'll see if we can't get Zeal back. I might embarrass myself pretty badly. Don't fret though. Let's see. Border Watch reports mounting concerns, unusual activity near the border of Rizia and Morella. The border guards have flagged a growing number of irregularities along the Rizia-Morella frontier. Suspicious patterns of movement and unusual activity near checkpoints have increased. Officials are advising caution, but have yet to identify anything concrete. Nothing has happened yet. I'm not worried about that at all. I don't think Morella is gonna come and, like, get it. Yeah, we're getting Rizzy with it. For sure. It would taste like an orange creamsicle, but on an ice cream cone? I don't know about orange creamsicle. I had some orange creamsicle, like, ice cream the other day, and it was like, oh, okay. Hello, Hank Hill, and a propane to you, good sir. Ah, ba 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 ba. You like going outside because I get to see new shit and an opportunity to mess with people. I know, that's like the best part, right? You get to mess with people, and then you get to go outside and see new shit. The problem is that... the problem is that I become so marred and mired in the fact that I want a different world. Because the world that we live in now is so painful and, like, dreadful and shit like that. And when I go outside, a lot of that excess pain and dread sort of washes away when I find people that I want to fuck with and, like, and I see new things. You know? I can forgive... There's a part of me that forgives all the fucking homelessness and, like, all the shittiness that happens out on the streets that I see every single day, just because I get to go outside and talk with people and have a good time. And I hate it. I hate that part of myself. So... let me see. Havas. Hello, Hades. What's up? You gotta go, Crater? Gotcha. This is boring. You gonna do human things now? Gotcha, my mag. War crimes? Dude. The Skinner Cartel crackdown. The Skinner Cartel has entrenched itself, exploiting the city's role as a key land route between Morella and Pales. The smuggling operations run deep, with the local officials and law enforcement turning a blind eye under threat or bribe. As the cartel violence escalates, the neighborhoods fall under their control, the city edges closer to collapse. I don't... let me think. Weaponize urban development to displace them. Weaponize urban redevelopment. What does that mean? I know what happens when you launch a massive police operation. Order houses are to do it. Honestly, for real. Weaponize urban redevelopment to displace them. I don't know what that does, but let's do it. What does that mean? New growth to reclaim Havas. The Crown has approved an urban redevelopment plan to curb the influence of the Skinner Cartel by targeting assets tied to criminal networks and revitalizing neglected areas. Dude, look at us! Hello, Lolan. Falling with a great sword. Ah! Let me see. New Havas, or just gentrification? They got my ass, dude. They fucking called me. They called me out live in the public newspapers. Request for cooperation from Wehlen's intelligence forces have asked for a full cooperation in their investigation of the Zeal bombing. This means that Rizia security will be obliged to share any information they have found and vice versa. Yeah, let's cooperate for now. I would rather not cooperate. I kind of don't want to give Wehlen any ground. Because I want Zeal handed over to us next year. I just don't have the firepower to do it. So, I don't know. We kind of have to, but I do want to speed it up a little. To see if we can't get it before, like, the next turnover. Have I tried Civil War? Not yet, L. I know you can do a Civil War. But, I'm not sure if I'm really harking to go down that path just yet. That is funny, though. Average rent doubling every 18 months? That's good. The average rent per square meter in the Rizian capital is skyrocketing rapidly, with experts estimating a double every 18 months with no sign of slowing down. Not only are prices on the rise, a severe lack of housing stock due to deadly combination of the city's growing population with the market speculation has resulted in the average search time for new apartments approaching almost 8 months. Fuck, dude! Getting a new apartment in 8 months would suck ass. Oh, that's way too long. Let's see if we can't pump those numbers up. We want a complete economic collapse. Hello, Arlene. Welcome back. Regional Environmental Conference held in Velenquiris recently hosted a prestigious regional environmental conference organized by Duke Hubertus Taurus. The event brought together scientists, researchers, and journalists from around the world to discuss conservation, land preservation, and sustainable resource management. During the conference, Duke Hubertus gave a presentation on the underwater current he discovered in 1930. To conclude the event, Duke Hubertus welcomed guests to renowned Grand Valanquir Hotel, known for its luxurious amenities and iconic casino, providing a fitting end to the conference. An iconic casino. Look at this fucking nerd. Fucking Hubertus. Goddamn Hubertus. Hello, Graham. Welcome back. Harboring a skeleton with dwarfism. Wehlen thanks us for cooperation. Extended their gratitude to the Rizian counterparts for agreeing to cooperate on the Zio bombing investigation, calling it an important sign of goodwill from the Rizian side. Of course. Just give me my fucking land back. We're going to the Alliance of Nations. We're already going to the Alliance of Nations? What year is it? Well, it happens to the best of us, I guess. I am completely out of resources. Angered Galcondists. My Galcondists are angry. Am I short? Sometimes. Today especially. It was a rainy day in Kairut, one of only a handful the island experienced per year. The sound of the falling raindrops on the Alliance of Nations dome made for an unexpectedly soothing backdrop to what I could tell was going to be a tense session. I sat with Lorento and the rest of the Rizian delegation in the half-full assembly. Today's session was a focus on South Marcopa only. Looking around the room, I could see representatives and leaders from Wehlen, Morella, Dardia, and Lesbia. Duke Axel Reinhardt entered late, accompanied by a few of his ministers. He took a seat as far from the Lesbian delegation as possible. Embarrassing. Honestly, embarrassing. Couldn't be me, dude. Me when I make a bad decision. Oh, well, happens to the best of us. Me reaping. Me sowing. Yes, yes. Me reaping. No, no. Hello, TD Fire. Welcome back. It must be awkward encountering one's ex-husband. That's so good. Waved him. I waved to Duke Reinhardt. He nodded tersely in acknowledgement. He seems nervous. Alvarez's presence here is rattling him, I think. Are you well, Your Majesty? Your father always had a case of nerves before these sessions. If Arcasia or United Contania were here today, I'd be nervous. All these others are small potatoes. I'm fine, Mr. Esquivel. I appreciate your concern. No, I think I'm good. We turned our attention to the front of the room as president. I am more concerned about fucking Schmolak than anybody. How am I doing? Still sick. Do I want a joke? Absolutely. If you got a joke loaded up for me, hit me with it. Am I unsickened? Nope. Not even close. What did he do? He died. That's honestly... I think dying is reason enough to be stuffed into a closet, you know? What did the skeleton say to another skeleton when they are fighting? I am bone to be wild. Something like that? We turned our attention to the front of the room as President Ephraim Nines entered. I hereby welcome our esteemed delegation from the nations of South Marcopa to this special session. This guy's name is Nines. Dude, what a gambler. We have many leaders to hear from today, so I will keep the opening remarks to a minimum. First on today's docket is Prime Minister Alma Saltania of the Republic of Morella. Prime Minister Alma Saltania strode up to the podium. She had to lower the microphone to reach it. Big trouble in a small package. Let's hear what she has to say before passing judgment. The Morellan leader greeted the assembly. Her voice had a melancholic tilt to it that I associated with Guinal. Mr. President, esteemed leaders and distinguished guests. Only don't beat my bone? Damn, brother. These skeletons are jerking each other off. Would you keep your skeleton inside your skin? Graham, if I had a choice, I would let my skeleton get outside my body and then have it run for a little while and then have it come back. Kind of like a dog, you know? Hello, Akiro. I'm coughing. Why'd the skeleton not go to the prom? He's boned. He was boned. It's my honor to speak in these hallowed halls for the first time. I come before you as a representative of the new Morella, a country committed to breaking free from the shackles of our repressive past. A country that is now truly aligned with the AN values of justice, solidarity, and human dignity. One that is proud to build bridges with those who share our vision of a more equal society. She nodded towards the upper seats of the assembly room. I looked behind me to see Volkslandian Chancellor Emmerich Heigl applauding fiercely. Omega. Why is Hegel here? This is another level, dude. Chancellor Hegel isn't on today's program, but I wouldn't rule out an impromptu speech. I figured. My mental state? It's okay, Graham. A little tilt, but it's okay. It's a time of transition for Morella, but as we redefine our principles and our partnerships, one fact becomes abundantly clear. We can no longer abide the senseless exploitation of our land, people, and resources. Gold makes plenty of sense to me. The agreement her predecessor signed was airtight. She'll need a lot of international backing to get out of it. For too long, our so-called partners in the Meftium International Trade Zone have dug the ground out from under us. We've allowed them to ravage our soil and abuse our workers while reaping more than their fair share of profits. They send security forces to guard their gold, yet leave the rest of Morella to the mercy of Duridian terrorists. Meanwhile, the shocking lack of mining regulations in countries such as Rizia shows they are no less careless at home than abroad. I knew I shouldn't have given in to Rusty. Can't always achieve normalcy. It doesn't look like there even exists a thing such as normalcy. If it wasn't this, she'd go after us for something else. She's trying to prove a point. Do I have a fever or something? Yeah, I'm sick. Hello, Nose. Welcome back. Hello, Jamari. By the way, what's up? Morella calls on the Alliance of Nations to recognize our human rights struggle and to accept that if the Miftian ITZ is to continue, any wealth it generates must be reinvested in the Morellan people. Brava, Madam Prime Minister. Hello, Sydney. What's up? You're sick too, oh nose? What you got? I just have a cold. I'm capitalist today, Graham? I don't know. I don't actually know how this run is honestly shaping up, but yeah, sort of. I think I do want to do like a reformist capitalist sort of thing. Chancellor Hegel was standing now. The other AN guests turned their head in his direction. As fellow stewards of the International Trade Zone and fellow soldiers in the fight against imperialism, the nation of Volksland supports Morella in its journey. Are you sure he can't get her into the CSP? Not until Morella improves its military, which may be the reason for the sudden interest in nationalization. Hegel sat back down. Nines motioned for Prime Minister Sultania to continue. I thank all of you for your attention today and look forward to forging a brighter future for the people of South Marcopa. All of them. Lorento turned to me as the Morellan Prime Minister wrapped up her speech and returned to her seat. It seems the trade zone is going to be more of a striking point than I thought. Nothing's going to be decided today anyway. It's just all talk. He's right. It's just all talk. Hello, Chilio. This is Suzerain. I'm also curious about what Derrida thinks of her terrorist remark, but we won't have to wait long to find out. Supreme Wiseman Jorga Asmal stepped onto the stage dressed in a ceremonial robe with a silver trim. Before speaking, he waved his hand in the air 6 times, representing the 6 pillars of Galkandism. I'm surprised he flew out here. Derrida's Supreme Wiseman normally refrains from speaking in public. Whatever he has to say must be important. I admit I'm very curious. The Supreme Wiseman spoke in a deep baritone. Dear great and powerful leaders of South Marcopa, in the name of Prophet Ruick, I salute you all. I am humble enough to know that we men alone cannot decide the fate of a continent, not without God's guidance. And it is God who has guided me here today. We are one of the few nations brave enough to let themselves be ruled by his law, but we are also a country like any other. Yet our attempts to find common ground with our neighbors have been rebuffed over and over solely on account of our beliefs. Jesus, dude. When am I doing Roblox? Tomorrow, Chilio. What am I playing? This is Suzerain. I looked over at where Alma Sultania was sitting. She was openly scowling. The Prime Minister Morella accuses us of violating her borders, yet it was not so long ago that we were one country. Because of arbitrary lines that have been drawn, my people can no longer visit the graves of their ancestors or the shrines where they once worshipped. Every single one of us, Nerdia, Morella, Rizia, Wehlen, we all have different views, yet we are all united by the divine path of Saint Ruick. And it is my humble request that we Duridians be able to follow that path as we have for centuries. Duridians take part in violent insurgencies? Sounds reasonable enough. But does what he's saying justify the violent acts committed by Duridian pilgrims? On that note, concerns have been raised about the missile tests my country has been conducting. Our aim has only been to protect our people and way of life. It is God's will that we use this technology not for evil, but to contribute to global security and stability. Alba Sultania started laughing. God wants missiles? This isn't funny, it's scary. What's scary is if he finds the wrong buyer for this technology. Osbald put his hands on the podium. How far we have fallen, that the only country in South Marcopa where the pillars of Nurity still stand tall is treated as a laughingstock. You all speak of superpowers, but I know there is only one superpower we need to be worried about. He pointed upwards. It's God. Dude, it's God! You have a small fever, your throat hurts? Oh, that's no good. I know it's like flu season. I really do need to get like a, flu shot myself. Did you become hunted in 50 states yet? Dang. The sooner our nations come together under him, the sooner true peace and prosperity can be realized. Supreme Wiseman Osmal made the pillar sign again as he exited the stage. The chandelier is a superpower? Lorenta held back a laugh. Oh, but now it's time for the real heavy artillery. Okay, here comes fucking Schmalak, dude. He gestured to an aide to begin taking notes as President Nines announced Victor Schmalak. There were some whispers from within the room as Wehlen's president stepped up to the podium. He silenced them with theatrical shushing motion, then continued. Dear fellow leaders, I wish I could say I was happy to be here standing as one of the 6 proud nations of South Marcopa, and yet I feel only sorrow. Sorrow that our magnificent region has let itself been torn apart by forces greater than ourselves. I speak, of course, of Arcasia and Rumburg. He isn't wrong, our countries could be allies if we rid ourselves of foreign interference. He could start by getting rid of his own ties to United Catania. Convinced of the idea that might makes right, they sow discord among us in order to strengthen themselves. And Wehlen, poor war-torn Wehlen, must pay the highest price. Who among you can deny the ATO's involvement in the Wehlen Civil War, or Rumburg shipping of arms to the bloodish separatist movement? Nobody in the hall said a word. Victor looked up at me directly. It is to my everlasting regret that when Wehlen was at its weakest, our direct neighbors opted for an alliance with a nation that has sought to harm us at every turn. I do not blame the great kingdom of Rizia for its decision, but neither can I ignore that for the past 20 years, Rumburg has maintained a presence to both our north and south. In light of that, the Rizian government's failure to denounce the perpetrators of the Zeal bombing, the most heinous terrorist act to occur in Wehlen since the Civil War, concerns me greatly. Especially since the government agencies investigating the incident seem more interested in pinning the blame on Wehlen than uncovering the truth. What is to stop such violence from reoccurring? What will happen to the Weshiks, who have made Zeal their home once Rizia, and by proxy Rumburg, regain control of the region? Canadians are scary. You're sick? Oh, you're at the hospital? Oh no, dang. That's tough, dude. I'm a man who respects the rule of law, yet I cannot put my country's people at risk by abandoning the territory while these questions still hang in the air. I stay silent and kept listening. This is why I've decided to invoke the AN Threat Mitigation Protocol for treaty obligations to delay the return of Zeal until the risk is neutralized. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the assembly. I felt many pears on me. I didn't say anything. This is unprecedented, Your Majesty. No nation has invoked this protocol since the signing of the AN Charter nearly a century ago. The murmurs in the room were growing louder. President Nines banged the gavel for silence. If I may continue, it is not my intention to keep custody of the Zeal region forever. The sooner that safety and security are restored, the sooner we may begin preparing for an orderly transition. I hope for a swift cooperation from His Majesty King Ramus and my fellow South Marcopan nations. Together we are strong. He raised his arms in expectation of applause. None came. None of our neighbors is openly taking Wehlen's side. That bodes well for us. Victor shook his head to the left of the stage. Damn it, what do I do? You'll have a chance to comment soon enough. I'll get in touch with Wehlen's foreign ministers as soon as we're back home. There may still be a way to straighten things out. Now let's see if Prime Minister Alvarez has any words on the subject. Probably not, if I had to guess. Is that Stalin? Might as well be, Dominic. Might as well be. They said you'll be fine in a few days, oh noes? How long have you been in the hospital now, man? You visited the hospital yesterday, Banana? Jeez. Everybody's going to the hospital. Prime Minister Patricio Alvarez was next. He straightened his tie as he approached the microphone. Mr. President, may I just start by voicing our heartfelt support for this fine organization and the role that it plays. Were it not for the Alliance of Nations, there would be no way to stop our country's petty quarrels from devouring the world. Which, ladies and gentlemen, is precisely what's in danger of happening today. I speak, of course, of the conspiracy to nationalize the Miftian International Trade Zone. Chancellor Hegel stood up again. Alvarez ignored him. Let's not for one second believe that Morella is acting of its own accord. The long arm of the Catanian Security Pact is behind this. By giving in to Prime Minister Saltani's demands, the nations of Lesbia and Rizia would be effectively paying to increase United Catania's sphere of influence. I know I'm not alone in wanting to avoid these disastrous consequences. He looked around the room. I'll applaud. I applauded from my seat. Laurento joined me. I will remind Morella and Volksland that the Alliance of Nations is watching, as is the ATO. Any attempt to seize the international trade zone by unlawful means will be met with retaliation. That will be all. I was expecting more commentary from Volksland. The day is not over yet. Looks like Pales is next. Uh-oh. It's too much money. Oh yeah, healthcare here in America is a nightmare. So it's best not to get sick. Best of luck. Duke Reinhardt stepped up to the podium. With the spotlight on the Pelesian leader, I could see that he had stubble on his chin and dark circles under his eyes. Poor Axel, he must be a bundle of nerves. It's his first day and he is quite inexperienced. Duke Reinhardt cleared his throat and shuffled a few papers around. Ahem. As the leader of the youngest nation in Southern Marcopa, I'm humbled to be in this great hall. I am fully aware that everyone else in this room has spent their lives preparing to be in power, whereas me, let's just say that calling me a dilettante would be generous. I heard laughter from around the hall. Laugh yourself. I joined in. Laurento gestured to where Prime Minister Alvarez was sitting. The lesbian leader wasn't smiling. But just because I am inexperienced does not mean I am naive. Since the fall of the Valgos Empire, Pales has been battled over by nations much more powerful than itself. The Grand Duchy may be small, but it is not a plaything. Look at the art, literature, and thought that has come out of Pales in the last 30 years. Look at our technological innovations. He glanced up at me. Our new energy partnership with Rizia is a signal of Pales' entrance onto a greater global stage. Patricio Alvarez was silently stewing in his seat. King Ramos and I represent a new kind of monarchy. One that is young, flexible, and in line with modern values. And I invite my other colleagues in this esteemed organization to engage with us as equals, irrespective of the way we have been treated treated in the past. Furthermore, Criminal! Duke Reinhardt looked up, shaken by interjection. Well, as I was saying, we Pelesians... No, I cannot stay silent while you make your entitled demands. Your family used Pales as a base to pillage the Zinnian continent. Everything you had, you stole from someone else. And rather than give it back when the revolution forced your hand, you begged the capitalist swine of Lesbia to help you hold on your ill-gotten gains. I beg your pardon, Chancellor Hegel, but I am not responsible for my family's sins. But you're happy to profit from them, aren't you? Up there in your glass castle, I tell you, Duke Reinhardt, the cracks are beginning to show. Dang, dude, fucking got his ass. And Terry Fox run for 7 laps near Domino's Tourist School. Dang. Dang, Jaleel. Phone is at 0%. Damn, Duke Reinhardt just got haggled. Ew, fucking so Reddit. You cannot talk to the Duke this way, Chancellor Hegel. Be silent. Hegel frowned at me. You are equally culpable, Your Majesty. The days of both of your monarchies are numbered. Chancellor Hegel, this is your last warning. Do not interrupt today's session again. Very well. I've said all I needed to say. He glared out from his seat as Duke Reinhardt finished his speech. He tapped on the mic nervously. I see the Chancellor is still resentful that the people of Pales chose the firm leadership of the Reinhardt family over the chaos of revolution. Yes, the Grand Duchy aided in the colonialist aims of the Valgos Empire. But look, Vogsland. But like Vogsland, we are ready to put that past behind us and look forward to the future. We simply have a different vision. Pales may not yet have truly earned its spot in the Assembly, but it is my hope that it will. His voice had regained its full confidence now, and any nation that attempts to stop us from doing so will be met with a strong and resolute response. He rushed back to his seat as chatter erupted from the rest of the Assembly. It's certainly been an eventful session, Your Majesty. I hope you're ready for the speech. Not in the slightest, but I'll improvise. I took a deep breath as President Nines announced my name. Lorento gave me a quick smile of encouragement as I left my seat. I stepped up to the podium to a smattering of applause. The delegations from Wehlen and Lesbia stayed pointedly silent. Dear esteemed fellow members of the Alliance of Nations, immense honor to address this assembly for my monarchical forebears instilled within me a great respect for this institution. Heard enough today about the importance of the Alliance, so we get to straight. It's an immense honor to be addressing this assembly for the first time. Hello, Spider. What game in Roblox are we gonna be playing tomorrow? I don't know. We'll find out. I hope the top chart. We'll see whatever's on the top charts, and if not, then I'm sure we'll find something. As I've seen over and over throughout history, our nations can accomplish much more together than we can apart. Such bonds do not always form organically. Sometimes they must be fostered, other times forced, which is why I am so saddened by the division plaguing South Mercopa. I am aware that the comments made by President Smolak earlier in this session demand a response from me. Whelan's failure to reserve zeal for what it is, a flagrant violation of the international law. The AN threat mitigation protocol can only be invoked under extreme circumstances. In my opinion, the Zeal instance is not one of them. His invocation of AN protocol is completely understandable. The transition to Zeal cannot happen until and unless security is restored to the region. I do not believe that this is the appropriate forum. I invite President Wehlen to expand on his security concerns in private dialogue with me. The AN threat mitigation protocol can only be invoked under extreme circumstances. In my opinion, the Zeal incident is not one of them. Any intelligent person can see through the concerns about security in Rumburg. This is purely self-serving. The bombing was a tragedy, however, my kingdom has taken the necessary steps to ensure it will not be repeated. Still, I would like to give President Schmolak the benefit of the doubt. Give him another chance to honor the terms of our agreement. If that fails to happen, I will have to take matters into my own hands. Confident that a safe and secure transition can still be arranged with minimal delay. Victor Schmolak applauded from his seat. He had a placid expression on his face. Yeah, I'm sure we can work something out. $917 subs? We're getting there, Graham. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Ellie. I'm sure it'll slow down here soon. Applauded from his seat, he had placid expression. Prior to the Civil War, Rizia and Wehlen were close allies. I believe we can return to that friendship. Moving on. I'm not yet finished. Moving on. I cannot ignore the presence of Chancellor Hagel and his newfound interest in our neighbor Morella. I saw Hagel lean forward to his seat in it. I may not share Morella's worldview, yet I believe our citizens struggle one and the same. The pillaging of the Miftium International Trade Zone must stop. On that, we are in agreement. Longtime allies, we are prepared to offer what assistance we can in building a more equitable MITS. Prime Minister Sultania began applauding. Hagel looked pleasantly surprised. I'm not opposed to reopening trade zone negotiations as long as Rizia continues to be able to provide for its citizens. Prime Minister Alvarez and Lesbian delegation were speaking in worried whispers. President Nines again gestured for silence, then motioned for me to continue. Morella against the Duridian. In the same spirit of cooperation, I believe a compromise can be reached regarding Duridian's religious travelers. After all, their ideology is no more dangerous than millennialism. That's such a good fucking... dude, just fucking... Oh yes, I believe we can work together. After all, your placid ideology is no more different, no more distinct than religious terrorists, after all. Oh, dude, that's so funny. How do I feel about radioactive shrimp? That sounds hilarious, Graham. What is that in reference to? Smash. Hello, not so surprised. Next question. How long have I been VTubing? Since January. Oh, you're gooning, William? Wow. Why is there XP for this Chilio? Oh, dude. Honest to God. That's your real life XP points. The higher you get that experience point chart, then the better you do in real life. After all, the division of the former Empire Meridia has pitted brother against brother. The violence must end. Right to their sacred site should not be ignored, but neither should the violent methods they have employed in the past. The division of the former Empire Meridia has pitted brother against brother. The violence must end. Scattered applause came from the crowd around the assembly hall. A word regarding Pales. Like Duke Reinhardt, I believe our nation's burgeoning partnership represents the dawning of a new golden age. Both of our families have made it through bloody revolutions because it is the people's will. We wish to end the cycle of violence started by our predecessors. Certain nations have tried to turn us against each other for their own benefit. No more. We've not forgotten our country's past animosity, but we are glad to look to the future together. Some of you may have doubt the enlightened monarchies can exist in the modern age. We will prove you wrong. As for the prior remarks made by Chancellor Volksland, I will not dignify... Regarding the remarks made by Chancellor Hegel, there's no need to punish Duke Reinhardt for his ancestors' crimes. Duke Reinhardt and his delegation broke into enthusiastic applause. Hegel looked displeased. President Nine's motion to the clock, my speech had gone over its runtime. I will conclude with these words. President Schmolak was wrong. It is not the superpowers who are tearing us apart, we are doing it to ourselves. For too long we have let the superpowers wield their influence over us. Time has changed. I am aware that Rizia stands nearly alone as a kingdom in a sea of republics. For too long, we have let the superpowers wield their influence over us. The proud nation will not succumb to foreign pressures. Hold out hope that we may find our way back to each other. Thank you. I sat down and ate, handing me a glass of water. Well done, Your Majesty. It'll take a while to digest the ramifications. Let's update on all this once we're back in Rizia. Filing back out the assembly hall, I noticed the sound of the rain on the dome had stopped. Another sunny day in Constantium. Fucking Kairut, they combined Iceland and Greece into one country. It's so awful. Just like the worst neutrality burgeonings of both. You must collect an accursed snack. Gotcha, Banana. Have a good one, man. Thanks for stopping in. Wehlen announcement throws zeal into confusion. Yeah. A shocker. Wehlen refuses to relinquish zeal. Vogg's Landing Chancellor interrupts on session. Significant reduction of Arcasian military presence in the war-torn regions. And Kinamal emerges as a strategic hub. They're just south of us, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Dash this. Dash this. Moustapol, dude, what a name. The Free Cities. Excuse me. Let me see. What's Dardia's capital? The nearest Republic of Dardia. Raklowitz. Eastern Mercopa, I guess, is just Rumburg, Swordland, Agnolia, Vogsland, and Lesbia. Southern Mercopa, I guess, is just Wehlen, Dardia, Morella, Rizia, Pales, and Lesbia. Mercopa. I got that good Mercopa. Zeal. Ariana Taurus Association leads peaceful protests against Whelan's AN decision. In the week since Victor Schmolak's AN announcement, the Zeal's branch of the Ariana Taurus Association has spearheaded a number of peaceful demonstrations meant to show the Wehlen government that the citizens of Zeal want to be Rizian once more. The association's spokesperson has vowed the demonstrations will continue until Zeal is returned. Konnichiwa! Hello, Cedric. Do you know the face split incident? No, I don't, Godcassie. Sorry. I do not know the face split incident. AN threat mitigation protocol is now in effect. We'll see. Alright, let's see. Public transportation inefficiency crisis. The public transportation system is grappling with an efficiency crisis. Strained by burgeoning demands and passenger numbers, the transportation officials are pushing for urgent action, highlighting the need for increased funding and modernization. The government must decide between investing in infrastructural improvements, technological upgrades, or exploring alternative transit solutions. The outcome will crucially impact the daily lives of the citizens. The Rizian infrastructure network is our backbone. The Republic of Morella has something to say. They are now friendly. Excellent. Dardia is unfriendly. Wehlen is neutral. Pales should be friendly. They are neutral. Interesting. How's that going? The diplomatic mission is still going on, and the Pale Stream is still under construction. Lesbia is unfriendly. So much for all that. Will the trains ever run on time? No. Probably not. We don't have any. I can't invoke any decrees because I have zero resources. Energy price drop as Xena conflict de-escalates. Let the market correct itself. The easing of tensions in Xena has sent ripples through the global energy markets, driving prices down. While this benefits consumers abroad, it cuts into the profitability of our energy exports, stymieing state revenue. Global energy prices are now low. Waiting on the market wins. Am I Japanese? I am not Japanese. Almost Saitama, dude, for real. The vital rail link fails. Due to technical issues affecting a vital railroad switch near Qualis, train traffic between Port Trezon and Monquise has been cut. While the issue is likely to be resolved within a few days, the closure of the vital railway is affecting not just passenger traffic, but also the transport of goods between Monquise Harbor and the rest of the country. Rhombus the Red, wine launch event. Ooh. In the fertile fields of Calis, the Contuavo vineyards were among the oldest in Rizia. They were run by a revered winemaker family now in their 5th generation, who had long ago been awarded noble status for the fine wines they provided the kingdom. Tonight, they had invited my family and council over for the ceremonial uncorking of their latest vintage, Rhombus the Red, bottled on my coronation day. It's now ready for drinking. I wished I was more in a celebratory mood. Fries or nuggets? Nuggets, Elliot. Well, hang on. Now, that's an important question. Let me think, because, honestly, I like nuggets, don't get me wrong, but fries... You know what? I'll probably go with fries instead. I think if I'm... Oh, nuggets are good, man, but... I'm kind of like a fries guy now. What's your question, soldier? You like gay? Whelan's announcement at the AN had plunged the country into panic. I was besieged by demands to take action to get Zeal back. For now, all I had to do was open a bottle of wine. But even that was politicized. Hugo had stressed the importance of keeping the Quantuavo family loyal to our house. Our motorcade rolled up to the vineyard entrance, where a festival tent decorated in blue, white, and gold with the Rizian flag had been set up. Due to the intimate nature of the event, we'd been asked to entrust our security to the Quantuavo's own guard force. Titus and his men would remain on standby near the vineyard's perimeter. After a thorough security sweep, my mother Estella, Vina, Hugo, and I proceeded to our table. Pabel smoothly approached and poured us glasses of sparkling water. I had the pleasure of supervising the pre-tasting with the vineyard staff, and I must say, the family has truly outdone themselves this time. How splendid! I can't wait. I hope you'll enjoy it, but let me know immediately if you don't, and I'll find one that's to your liking. That sounds perfect, Mr. Adria, but please stick to conservative pours for His Majesty. It's unbecoming of a king to get intoxicated at these functions. Lucitia Elna? Lucitia? Lucida? Sorry, Elna, and Lorento walked past us and were seated at the table next to ours. All three were dressed more festively than the simple formal wear they wore to council meetings, but Lucita's slinky, intricately beaded yellow gown was particularly eye-catching. Go slow. Hello, Chems. What's up? My mother turned to me and muttered under her breath, "Oh my! The mountains of Monteclar are on full display tonight." And how? And how? Vina rolled her eyes in disgust. I still don't understand what we're doing here, especially with all that's been going on. Politics, Your Highness, in case our foreign situation escalates, will require the support of House Taurus and our home province more than ever. President Schmolek and I haven't exchanged words since Zeal. Shouldn't I make it my priority to talk to him? As for royal family, we've got the spirit of Rizia to uphold. Precisely, Your Majesty. In this case, it's especially important for our wealthiest citizens to be reassured that their assets will remain stable. The rest of the attendees began filing in. It was a small elite crowd comprising barons and baronesses, viscounts and CEOs from around the region. They bowed as they passed my table, but some of their smiles seemed ungenuine. I thought I heard someone whisper, "Sword lover." Estella flashed me a look of warning. There's no pleasing these people, darling. Better to ignore them. Last to arrive was my father's younger cousin, Hubertus, the reigning Duke of Valenquires. He approached our table and removed his hat with a sweeping motion. Your Majesty, thank you for joining us today on behalf of myself and the entire province. He pronounced it province, the remnant of a lisp he'd had since childhood. It's good to see you, Your Grace. I hope your reign as Duke is going smoothly. How could it not be, with King Ramus Taurus on the throne? He was smiling widely, and I thought I saw unease in his eyes. I hope the smell didn't bother you on the way over. I must say the new gas field expansion is beginning to raise quite the stink. I've heard they discovered a species of snail in the Silgi Islands that lives off industrial waste. Perhaps that could be an expedient solution. It smelled fine to me, but write me if the problem gets out of hand. I wouldn't want anything spoiling our province's natural beauty. Nor would I. Thank you, Your Majesty. We'll have to catch up later. Everyone's growing impatient for the grand uncorking. Quite right. Quite right. I won't keep them waiting. Heat. Hello, Dynamite. Heat. You okay? I'm dying. After everyone had settled in, the head of the winery gave a short opening greeting, then welcomed me onto the stage. I stepped behind the microphone. A magnum-sized bottle of Ramus the Red stood on the table behind me. Great citizens of Valenquires. Today we raise our glasses to our fine province, the foundation upon which this kingdom stands. The wines of this vineyard have always delighted our palates in time of joy and calmed our nerves in times of sorrow. Just like the reign of the king. The wine will inspire reverence for the venerable House Taurus and the nation of Rizia and anyone whose lips it touch. Yes, even swords. I've listened to my people. I know some of you have doubts about our kingdom's stability. I'm heartened so many of you that have come here to celebrate tonight, especially in the wake of the recent events. Yes, there are those who seek to weaken our ancient monarchy, to claim our riches for their own. I know some of you have doubts about our kingdom's stability. Now, more than ever, we must defend our traditions and our way of life. As the most privileged province in Rizia, Valenquires has a duty to lead the way forward. See, now this game has taught me, like, a big lesson, you know? Especially after getting axed in the Swordland run, you know, after having to retire. And now, like, seeing, like, like, seeing the, like, the word options a little more clearly for what they are, you know? You really do have to play the game of politics, you know? You really do just have to, like, lie to people. You just have to lie to these motherfuckers. That's all there is to it, you know? You can't find my face reveal? No, it's on Instagram. Hello, Shadow. What's up? Take a break. I'm sick. For real. Maybe one day. As the most privileged province of Rizia, Valanquiris has a duty to lead the way forward. I'm a proud son of Valanquiris, and I assure you that my home province will always come first for me. Nothing matters to me more than your continued loyalty. Have faith in your king and in House Taurus, and you will be richly rewarded. By this time next year, we'll be raising a glass of Ramos the Red to a reunited Rizia. The crowd applauded with gusto. Hugo had a relieved look on his face. But you're not here to listen to me, you're here to drink wine. I heard cheers as a representative of the winery handed me a ceremonial corkscrew in a glass. Uncorked the wine. I poured myself a small amount and turned to face the crowd. To House Taurus. Drink. I raised my glass toward the audience and drank. It was delicious. A light, refreshing taste gradually developed into a darker, more complex finish. There was a final round of applause as I stepped off the stage. Paybell and the winery staff began circulating around the tables with wine and food. Hugo intercepted me before I could sit down. Well done, Ramos. Our constituents were quite pleased. Had the meeting out the palm of my hand, didn't I? Indeed. He walked off to speak to the Contuavos. I sat down for a brief sip from my glass before heading into the fray. Can I say Mike, Who, Cheese, Harry? Please, it's my dad's birthday today. Gotcha. I spent a good several hours mingling with relatives and fellow nobles, posing for photographs with the winemakers and fending off journalists. Hello, Kingsley. What's up? Every time I attempt to sit down and eat, I was deluged with more requests. My glass, on the other hand, was constantly being refilled. By the end of the evening, I was having some trouble keeping names and faces straight. Hello, O Cheese and Maker. What's up? Take some medicine? For sure, for sure. The tent gradually emptied out as the guests departed. The winery had an attached luxury villa where our delegation had been invited to stay the night. Hugo, Estella, Vina, and I began saying our final goodbyes before making our way upstairs. Now, what if I just died right now? That would be kind of funny. Hello, Zany. What's up? I'm glad you managed to find the time to come to Qualis, Your Majesty. I would call the evening a smashing success. With the emphasis on smashing, Vina was clutching my mother's arm, looking half-dazed. Ramos the Red, long may he reign. She's so right, she hiccuped. That's right, darling. Now let's get you to bed. I heard an uproarious burst of laughter from the other side of the room. My three counselors were still at their table. Lucita's eyes were sparkling as she regaled the other two with an apparently hilarious anecdote. Just have to say goodbye to my staff. Take your time, sweetheart. She gave me a knowing smile. Vina was too busy attempting a pirouette in her ball gown to register what I had said. As my family headed out, I walked over to the counselor's table. And he just stormed into my barracks with a stitch on screaming, "If you weren't a duchess, I'd have you drawn and quartered." What are you three so merry about? Oh, I'm coming to break up their fucking humor, dude. What a buzzkill. Do you can make a part of my Trava Zap faction? I don't know what that is. Hello, Danny. What's up? No, it will not be funny. This is so sad. Oh! She, Lorento, and Elena immediately straightened up and stopped laughing. Your Majesty, the Duchess was telling us about the time she hid her commanding officer's fatigue while he was swimming. It was a dare back in basic training. I had to scrub the kitchen floor for 3 weeks, but it was worth it. It's part of the drinking game, Your Majesty, a rather infantile one. Oh, well, you three have fun. I just came to say goodnight. Very kind of you. All three counselors got up and bowed. Good night, Your Majesty. We'll update on Wehlen soon. They sat down and began resuming their conversation. Pabel walked me back to my quarters, where a bed even larger than my own had been prepared. I slept more soundly than I had in months. Sure, bud. Me when I wake up with a rousing hangover. Large gatherings in Zeal are now prohibited. As a part of an increasingly tight security measures, public gatherings of over 50 people are now prohibited in the region of Zeal, which critics see as a restriction of voices calling for a return of the region to Rizia. Officials have guaranteed Rizia that the measures are merely intended to increase the safety of both Rizian and Weshiks living in the territory. Very funny. Construction to begin on the Arius field pipeline. Following an agreement with Duke Reinhardt, preliminary construction has begun on a pipeline from the Arius natural gas field to mainland Rizia. Once the exact terms and details for our exploration rights deal have been finalized, it is expected that drilling and energy delivery will be able to commence immediately. That's excellent. We'll see how that goes. Rufus Grag's royal gossip. Valanquir's elite turn up for the Qualis uncorking. King toasts fellow nobility with very expensive wine. Rumberg denounces Wehlen over the Zeal claim. The rise of totalist Marxism is in Xenia. Totalist Marxism. Maximism. Totalist Maximism. Ah, I see. Kinal. That's a Kinal moment. Absolute Kinal moment. Global energy prices are low. Now's the time to buy, I guess. Gotcha, Zany. Thanks for stopping in. What's the goal of this run? Honest to God, to not die. It's kind of the same with Swordland's run this time. We want to acquire territory. We want to acquire Zeal to our northwest. Here's our kingdom, and then we want to acquire Pales in our southeast. We're gonna try and get Pales peacefully, which shouldn't be too bad, and we'll try and get Zeal as much as we can. I'm not sure if that'll take, though. We might just end up losing it, because it's gonna be hard for me to invest in the military. Upgrade the military production line. The kingdom's recent built modern military factories offer a solid foundation to scale up production of land and air units. An expansion would enable the kingdom to strengthen its position, either by preparing for potential conflicts, or by establishing itself as a competitive player in the international arms market. We cannot invest in one because we are out completely stripped of resources right now. Let's see. Xena continent positions as anti-CSP front. Really? Interesting. The counterweight to millennialist dominance. Really? I'm a little laggy? Yeah, I know. I don't know what's going on. Hello, Kingly. I don't know what's really going on with my VTube Studio lately, but it's pretty bad. This latest update with VTube Studio has just, slowed everything down. Hello, Kenma. What's up? Hello, Kyle. A new tyranny in revolutionary clothing. Millenniev. Leon Millenniev fiercely denounces totalist Maximism during a rally in Kiao. Maximism is a philosophical movement rooted in modernist ideals, predominantly influenced by Frederick Drex's seminal work, Maximizing Human Potential. Oh, God. Ugh. We got positivists up in here, bro. Walker spurs privatization wave in Agard. We got some resources back, though, finally. Prime Minister Sultania calls an emergency MITS board meeting. Follow up on the recent discussion about the Miftian International Trade Zone. Morella and Prime Minister Alma Sultania has pushed forward the date of the next stakeholder meeting between Morella, Rizia, Lesbia, and Volksland. We will be expected to present our opinion regarding the nationalization of MITS and its possible alternatives. Let me see. We probably should buy a batch of military equipment. Construct the Ruchus Sanctuary. I have the capital, but I have no authority. We can launch the Supreme Crown campaign, but that would probably be pretty bad, yeah. Modernize the royal messaging and embed the crown into daily life. That would give me more authority, but -1 administrative balance per turn goes crazy. My administration! No, my administration! Well, I can't really do anything with all this capital. So we'll wait, I guess, until see if we can't find a way to get our authority back up. Angered religious groups, low popularity, power projection, weakening traditions, organized crime, blah blah blah. Anything that I can do to, like, lower the crime, I can't do because it requires authority to lower crime, which is very funny. The Venavian Ruchist Sanctuary. We can buy... I can't do a Dasnurist. A Dasnurist Sanctuary requires authority. This is awful. Do I like anime? I do. What game is this? This is... This is Suzerain. Can you tell me something? Yeah, of course, Kyle. What's up? You can never get behind Anime Spider? Just feels so weird watching all the effects and screaming. Omega lol. New bilateral agreement discussions with Wehlen. Let's take a look. Victor Schmolak, president of Wehlen, has finally agreed to meet me after several months of silence. Just ahead of my meeting with him, I convened with my counsel for a briefing. Hugo knocked on the table to begin. Thank you all for joining us here. He looked around the table to Vina, Lorento, Lucita, Elena, and Sal. Lorento, as you have the latest information from Wehlen's foreign ministry, would you like to begin? What can His Majesty expect today? Lorento stood up. He paced back and forth energetically as he spoke. We are in uncharted territory, Your Grace. President Smolak's invocation of the threat mitigation protocol has been challenged, but the AN failed to meet the consensus. Essentially, he is in a position to hold Zeal hostage until his demands are met. And indeed, the new handover plan, as his ministers are now proposing, has a 3-year timeline attached to it. 3 years, that can't be standard procedure, can it? As I said, this is an unprecedented situation. I believe the AN is satisfied that President Schmolak has set a new deadline at all. And what makes us think that this one will be met with, since the last one was not? Anger danced in Lucita's eyes. She gestured at the rest of the table. This is our territory. Why are we not setting the agenda? I'm surprised the international community is not challenging an oppressive ruler like President Schmolak. The others looked at her in a mild surprise. What are the people living in Zeal? Has anyone asked them how they feel about an extra 3 years of Weshek rule? My daughter's right, Mr. Esqueeble. Why can't Zeal decide for itself? Before we go that route, we should try to spin this to our advantage. We have a lot to gain from staying on Wehlen's good side. That is correct, Your Majesty. My treasurer smiled conspiratorially. Ooh, I like where this is going. Ooh, I like where this is going. Later, Cedric. Thanks for stopping in. Hello there, Williford. Hello, Shipma. Hi, user. Welcome back. We may still have the opportunity to set the agenda. Any agreement Wehlen proposes is bound to have an economic aspect. And considering the dire straits Wehlen is in with the rest of the world, President Schmolak might be about to offer us the deal of our lives. Correct as usual, dear. Lorento opened his book. I will remind you that all that Wehlen is under partial sanctions by most of the West. The only commodity they have by trading freely is oil. The presence of the Ariana Taurus Association and Zeal has helped sway public sentiment to our side. Our investigators are cooperating with Wehlen intelligence, which will make it more difficult for President Schmolak to claim we are uninterested in the region's security. Even so, we should handle this meeting with delicacy. Any aggression on our part can be used against us. Delicacy is one thing, submission is another. We must be careful what we promise. Very true, Your Majesty. At some point, it may become necessary to call Wehlen's bluff. That's what I'm thinking. I know this much, Your Grace. Unless concessions are made, it will take years, if not decades, to get Zeal back. Any questions thus far, Your Majesty? What is the status of our foreign investigation? Thank you, Your Majesty. A few fingerprints were found near the bomb site, but they don't match any of the ones we have on file for Suomina members. Nor were they recognized by Wehlen's database. But that's good for us. It means Suomina can be ruled out. Not entirely. We don't have files for every single member. Which resources are we able to bargain with? Good question, Your Majesty. Gold is always an option, especially since we raised our stake in RRG. Although if you follow through with your support for Morella and its crusade for controlling the Mefdian ITZ, one of our most lucrative sources may soon be off limits. If it's weapons that Wehlen's interested, we can offer our data rifles. And despite our deal with the swords, we have a small wine surplus that we can sell or trade. We didn't drink it all in Quelus, it only felt like we did. Vina grimaced at the reminder while the other counselors chuckled. If If we can manage to free up the natural gas in the area's field in time, that will be a tradable asset. But as a country as rich in oil as Wehlen won't need much of it. If all else fails, we have a healthy budget, but I'd rather not pay Wehlen what amounts to ransom money. Grand Wise Ignatius, do you think the religious affairs in Wehlen can have an impact on negotiations? It very well may, your majesty, Sal frowned pensively. Our neighbor has long followed the path of austerity, and I do not fault them for it. But in the hands of our current regime, the religion has become a cudgel with which to persecute Wehlen's Golconda's minority. The Bloods, you mean. Is bloodish Golcondism the same as that's practiced in Derdia? There are a few divergences, mostly regarding the use of violence against an opponent who has not directly provoked you. Bloodish Golconda's scripture forbids this, though the definition of provoked is often stretched. The Derdians follow it when their supreme wiseman has deemed that it is for the greater good. No surprises there. Is there any word from the House of Delegates on this? Do I have a favorite horse girl? Not really, Graham. I don't want to say Harurara or hello, Derek, or Rice Shower, because that seems kind of nominal, you know. I haven't played the games or watched the anime, so I have no idea. Amazing. Hugo, is there any word from the House of Delegates on this? They have met about it, your majesty. The majority consensus was that the timelines of the Zeal handover should take a backseat to protecting Rizian interests. Conceding too much to the Wehlen too quickly will earn you the ire of Baroness Durava and her party. The opposition, meanwhile, is much more amenable to compromise, particularly those party members from Brennus. That makes sense. They've been missing a piece to their province for long enough already. With all due respect, your highness, the Saisons lost the right to call Zeal theirs when the former Duke of Isa committed his act of treachery. They cannot seriously expect that it will be reincorporated into Brennus as if nothing happened. And why not? We took Isa from them. How much more punishment does their house need to endure? Lucita looked askance at her. I do hope you're not letting emotions cloud your judgment, your highness. For what it's worth, I agree with the princess, and not only because a member of historic Esquibel estates are located in Zeal. What fallout can we expect if we don't come to an agreement? Lorento looked down. I highly doubt that a full deal will be reached today, only the beginnings of one. His Majesty's question stands. Do we have a contingency plan? Well, Duchess, if our negotiations fall through and international pressure is insufficient to force Wehlen back to the table, then the responsibility will fall on Zeal itself. Lucita flashed him a skeptical look. Which means what exactly, Mr. Esquil? If a majority of Zeal citizens believe that territory should belong to Rizia, the Weshek government cannot simply ignore them, especially if we gather external support. They can and they will. No state peacefully gives power away. Do we have a majority? I thought opinion was divided. President Schmolak's announcement has already put many undecided citizens into the pro-Rizian column, and we have avenues to influence them further. The Zeal branch of ATA has already begun coordinating a Rizian-led reunification initiative in the wake of the AN announcement. With enough pressure from both inside and outside Zeal, Wehlen will have to give the region back, or at the very least, hold a referendum. Zeal doesn't need a referendum, Mr. Esquibel, it needs resistance. It's cut off from the Weshek mainland, divert enough funding and weapons to the right groups, and we can make an overthrow happen without getting our hands dirty. My dear Duchess, you and your family really must learn that bloodshed isn't the answer to everything. You know what will end bloodshed. What if I'm your favorite horse girl? What if I'm your favorite horse girl? Nay, I can be a horse girl. Nay. Looks like I'm gonna collect more land? That's the idea. The idea is to collect more land as we go along, but we're trying to get the land that was already ours back, you know? Hello, TD Fire, what's up? Hello, Chilio, welcome back. Telling our people to Zeal to rise up against the government without giving them the means to defend themselves. Or for that matter, sending the message that our all-powerful king is placing stock in the results of the people's vote. Hugo gave me a significant look. My son told me what he offered you in Zeal, your majesty. Perhaps now would be a good time to take him up on it. He turned to the others. We have the option to activate a cell of Suomina in Zeal. Lorento and Vino looked horrified. Neither Elna or Lucita seemed surprised. To what end, your majesty? As a last resort, in case negotiations don't work out. Lucita was staring at me intensely. A loyalist militia that can't directly be traced to our government, this could be very useful, Your Majesty. But only if they had more arms and better training, otherwise they'd just be a nuisance to both sides. I think we're in a good enough position to negotiate Zeal's return without raising the ante. I should hope so. I'm as briefed as I'm going to be. Time to go meet with President Schmolak. Very good, Your Majesty. He's expecting us in the downstairs diplomatic suite. Good luck, Father. I'm crossing my fingers for results, as am I. Don't forget, there's always backup plan. We exited the council chamber. Titus, Laurento, and I walked through the palace's winding corridors until we reached the first floor diplomatic suite. Do I like seals? I like seals. I like it when the seals slap their bellies. Please don't play Steal a Brain Rot. Ugh. The Brain Rot games are something else, man. The Brain Rot games are really, really something else. Gotcha, TD Fire. We left Titus standing guard outside the door and walked in. President Schmolak was in the sitting room flipping through a copy of the Royal Herald. He stood up and bowed to each of us. Your Majesty, Mr. Esquivel, it's truly a pleasure to be here. The pleasure is mutual, Mr. President. Thank you for meeting me. Circumstances have changed since we last met, of course, but I am confident we can come to an understanding. He set down the newspaper he'd been reading. You wouldn't believe what they're saying about me in your paper, Your Majesty. Schmolak's iron grip on Zeal enforced by dictatorial command, rather than any real respect for international law or the rights of the local population, should be seen as a threat to us all. That's indeed over the top, Mr. President. I'll ensure that my paper refrain from such slander in the future. Relax, Your Majesty. You should read what my country's papers are saying about you. He laughed loudly. You see, you and I are not as different as you might like to believe. That's true, Mr. President. Both of us only want what's best for our people. I'm sure we will be able to come to an agreement with that in mind. Exactly. That's why I'm here today. I saw a relief in Laurento's eyes. We're already beginning to find common ground. I'm optimistic for these negotiations. The meeting room should be ready by now. Shall we proceed? He led us into the next room over, where a set of blue upholstered armchairs were arranged around a circular table. The three of us had a seat. A palace aide came by with water and coffee. Now that you're here, Mr. Schmolak, can you explain in greater detail why you decided to postpone the Zeal handover? Schmolak took a sip of water. He slowly wiped his mustache. His mustache! Mustache! I have subscribed since you're a real seal enjoyer, and a good seal to you. You can't believe fucking Steal a Brain Rot is so damn popular, it's a little sickening. Honestly, Spider, the Brain Rot stuff is just... I don't know. It kind of makes me uncomfortable, but at the same time, I'm like, the games could be sloppier, as far as I'm concerned. Am I gonna vomit? I might. They always want their child labor. That's the best part, Graham. Hello, Hunter. Top of the sixth inning. Baltimore Orioles. Oh, they're playing against the White Sox. Okay, well, Hunter, I'm gonna be honest, man. I think Baltimore is gonna... I don't expect that game to be very good. I think Baltimore is just gonna blow the White Sox out of the water. I don't see the White Sox winning that one at all, but what the heck do I know? I'll be right back. Let me get a drink of water. Especially with the way that Baltimore's been playing lately, you know, I just don't see the White Sox winning that one at all. Yeah, I just don't see it. It got 25 or 24 people playing it right now. The trash in game form. Are you gonna? Oh, he did gonna? That's, yeah. Oh, was he gonna? One template, 1,000 star is put on Roblox, and one of them is gonna be a massive hit. Yeah, Spider, yeah. Pretty much. It's simple, Mr. Esquivel. Zeal is now home to several million citizens of Wezek origin under the terms of the treaty our predecessors signed. They were to have the right to stay and work in the region. But the Zeal attack made it clear that those terms would not be respected, without the protection of my government. I fear further violence will come to those who stay. I and my kingdom have been nothing but cooperative in the wake of the Zeal incident. Words, Your Majesty, only words. You may not have incited the incident, but by failing to denounce the suspected perpetrators, you condoned it. Your continued partnership with Rumberg, in the face of all its efforts to destabilize us, is also a warning sign for me. I cannot simply hand these people's lives over to a government that is, at best, indifferent to their existence. Who will protect them? I understand. We will make a special effort to integrate all Wesheks who wish to stay. Rento nodded. Rizia takes Wehlen's concerns very seriously. We are ready to take all available measures to ensure the security of your people once the region is back in Rizia's hands. That is comforting to know, Mr. Eskeeble. President Smolak smiled just a little too widely. My ministers and I agree that before Zeal is reintegrated into Rizia, a good faith effort must be made to strengthen the bonds between our countries. We've therefore drafted an addendum to the original treaty, a series of measures meant to renew our old friendship. The Zeal Seal? Yes, the Zeal Seal, for sure, for sure. It's a multiplication table, 1 template times 1,000. I'm stupid, Spider, I'm stupid, I'm sickly. Did you see Baltimore Ravens score? Did they, Hunter? Completely unsurprised, man. Chicago has not been playing very good ball in a very long time, as far as I know. If this friendship helps Wehlen bypass certain trade sanctions, so much the better. I agree that closer cultural economic ties could benefit both our nations. Rizian nationalists attacking. That would indeed. After all, how well can Rumberg look after you when you're so far away from each other? Lorento pulled a folder out of his briefcase and opened it on the table. Mr. President, we received a draft from your ministers, but the terms were extremely vague. You're asking for a trade deal, a bilateral migration agreement, and a counter-terrorism cooperation pact? Oh, I like this. Ooh, I like a trade deal, a bilateral migration agreement, and a counter-terrorism cooperation pact. I like this. I like this deal. I like this deal a lot. Maybe I'll take it. Look up the Ravens score. Let me see. Let me see. Orioles, White Sox. Orioles, White Sox. Oh, Orioles scored in the third inning. White Sox got one in the first inning. They're top of the sixth. 69? Oh, nice. Nice, Hunter. Dude, 69. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, the Ravens. Fuck. Ravens. Ravens score. Who are they playing against right now? Yesterday, Ravens 41? Holy shit, dude! They fucking creamed their ass! Dear God! 41-17. The Browns did not show up to play. Oh my God, Flacco threw an interception, bro. Cringe, dude, cringe. 43-yard field goal. 63-yard. Oh my God, 63-yard fucking fumble return in the fourth quarter. They did not even. They gave up, dude. They fucking gave up. Oh Jesus. Oh, I see. The fucking Browns did 115 rushing yards over fucking Baltimore's 45 rushing yards. Have you never played it? It's the year 2025, brother. Why are you running the ball? Who is my first subscriber, Chalil? I don't know. Hello, Oliver. We're playing some what am I doing? I am the king of Rizia, and I'm rizzing up my neighbors right now. Hello, Naomi. Hello, Naomi. Naomi Nicoli. Hello. Hello, Nose. What's up? Garlic is harvested at $2.20 per clove. Are you joking? That's expensive, Graham. Garlic is harvested at $2.20 per clove? Not per bulb, per clove? Holy Jesus. Gotcha, Chalil. Thanks for stopping in. Mr. President, we received the draft from your ministers, but the terms were extremely vague. Tell us more about this trade deal, President Schmolak. Very gladly, Your Majesty. If there's one fact everyone knows about Wehlen, is that we sell oil. Meanwhile, we are worried about the impact loss of zeal will have on our economy. We will need a way to stabilize our currency. We therefore propose a straightforward exchange of Weshik oil for Rizian gold. At what I'm sure you'll agree is a favorable rate. 4 barrels for every 1 ounce, to be exact. What makes you think that Rizia is in the market for Weshik oil, President Schmolak? Everyone's in the market for oil. There's a reason they call it black gold. I've been told that your kingdom is about to come into a large amount of natural gas, but your counselors will tell you about the importance of diversifying one's energy source. You may be right. Access to oil alongside natural gas would grant us more flexibility, not to mention more options to trade with our neighbors. Both of you are correct. Oil has uses that natural gas does not, and vice versa. See, Your Majesty, your counselors are very wise. As for your gold, I know better than to question its quality, but I have concerns about the consistency of your supply. Nonsense, Mr. President. Our mining output is as robust as ever, until Morella nationalizes the myths and your mines vanish. I hope I was there at the AN too, if you recall. President Schmolak, please rest assured that we will not promise you an amount of gold we are unable to deliver. However, we have other commodities that we can offer instead of in addition to gold. Would any of those be of interest? If the price is right, why not? I'm a flexible man. With a wide grin, he held his arm up and bent his wrist nearly all the way backward. Lorento smiled patiently. Fact, I should tell you that Wehlen has other commodities too, Mr. Esquibel. For instance, we're seeking to expand the market for morphine and other pharmaceutical products, not to mention Mercopa's finest tobacco. Our timber industry is also unparalleled in Mercopa. Your nobles might take a particular interest in our wood carvings. The Queen Mother always spoke highly of Wejek tobacco. She's right, your mother. A puff of our quiche and sip of a sip of your wine I can't think of a more delightful combination. I know shops in Ease's Little Rockowitz quarter that sell Nisha under the table. Isha under the table. Damn, they can't restock it fast enough. Why would Rizia need drugs from Wehlen? We have our own pharmaceutical companies. But do they have access to the largest poppy fields in Mercopa? The morphine my country produces has been used on the battlefields across the continent. Wars have been won because of it. We don't plan on going into battle, President Schmolak, but access to lower-cost pharmaceuticals would benefit our health system. Indeed, Mr. Esquibel, there is a reason your poor citizens cross into Zeal to buy simple painkillers. I've never heard of these Wushek wood carvings. Our artisans only serve the most exclusive customers, Your Majesty. Each piece can take years to complete. A few of my family heirlooms are Weshik handiwork. They will look good. They still look good, and they still look as good as new after a century. Your family must have discerning taste, but we can also offer raw timber as well as less deluxe furniture at a lower price point. Of course, you have trees down here too, and from what I've heard, you're making good use of them, so maybe this isn't an interesting offer after all. I've heard all I need to about Weshik imports. Thank you for your understanding about Wehlen. Then you understand that Wehlen is not only an oil country, just as Rizia is not only a gold one. There's plenty we can offer each other. Is the bilateral migration agreement what it sounds like? I believe so. We're asking for complete freedom of movement between Wehlen and Rizia. It is also our wish that Weshiks residing in the country enjoy the same rights as native-born Rizians. Such an agreement, I can extend those rights to the Weshiks currently living in Zeal, but to every citizen in Wehlen. Everyone or no one, Your Majesty. Otherwise, those in Zeal risk becoming isolated from their family and business connections on the mainland. Damn, this is the... Ugh. Pickled garlic is really good. I've never had pickled garlic, Spider. Your Indian store stopped selling it? What does that taste like? What does pickled garlic taste like? What do I like about rocks? Mostly how malleable they are. You can make walls out of them, floors, ceilings. You can make computers with rocks. You can make tables with rocks, tools with rocks. My smartphone's made out of rocks. Rizians can't hold a candle to my people's work ethic. With that said, Mr. Schmolak, are you not worried about a potential loss of skilled workers as Weshek seek higher compensation in Rizia? Of course I've thought about that, but the trade agreement I have already proposed will help level out the economic disparities between our nations. With the right path of development, it could be restored to the glory days of the 1920s. We are a diamond in the rough, Your Majesty. Set us in gold and we will shine. I'm interested in hearing about this anti-terrorism pact. Oh yes. Your Majesty, Mr. Esquivel, how much do you know about the Bloodish Freedom Front? They were founded in protest of Tarkeen Saw's policies in Swordland. They've been active around the border between your countries. He shook his head. That may have been how they started, but the threat they pose is not limited to that one small region, and they are not acting alone. Their so-called fight for peace is in reality a mass destabilization effort funded by the West. In fact, one of the BFF's biggest supporters is none other than your lovely sister-in-law. I have no knowledge of what the Kingdom of Rumburg does or doesn't do in Wehlen. Then perhaps you should ask Her Excellency to fill you in the next time you sit down for tea. President Schmolak, I am aware that the BFF are not gone completely inactive since the retirement of Tarkeen Saul, and that they may in fact be gathering their strength. But you have not yet made it clear what you want from Rizia. Patience, Mr. Esquivel. You may be aware that most Bloods are followers of a Rushist sect called Galkandism. So I hear, aren't they the largest Galkandist community outside of Daria? Precisely, and in fact, Yorga Osmalk's country has been granting sanctuary even to the most notorious Bloodish criminals. My request is simple. All Weshek Bloods and Daridian citizens are to be turned away at the Rizian border. Weshek Bloods and Daridian citizens. I can get behind a Bloodish ban, but banning Dardians would have an international ramifications. As huge as those are granting a safe haven to a radical terrorist? Mr. Schmolak! Mr. Schmolak! Smooth rocks, perfect for hitting windows, Graham? You think so? Yeah, I guess jagged rocks are just harder to throw. Hello, Little Death, what's up? We are prepared to increase our border security, but an outright ban on Bloods and Dardians will be seen as a religious discrimination. Were the ban limited to only those with Bloodish identification documents, we would have a far easier time implementing it. Surely you understand. What I understand is that Bloodish refugees have a fast track to Dardian citizenship. By allowing Dardian passport holders into Rizia, you may as well be opening your doors to the BFF. These are my terms, you may take them or leave them. Unless what? Well, Your Majesty, let's say the Republic of Wehlen decided to take a more proactive approach to the BFF problem. Lorento nervously adjusted his tie. If your kingdom promised to directly aid us in that, it would of course be far more valuable than any form of border control. What kind of aid would be required? It sounds as if the President of Wehlen is asking for an intervention of the Rizian military. Nothing so vulgar, Mr. Esquivel. It is our long-term goal to drive the insurgents out of their strongholds in the north of our country. Once that happens, we suspect some will flee south towards Zeal. I had a plan, but it seems like the Rizian Navy is too small to assist us. If that's the case, there's a little point in asking you to stop them from crossing the strait. One day our Navy will expand, but not today. A wise leader knows when to pick his battles. I can respect that. Let's hope that day comes. There are always other terms we can look at. Lorento took one last glance at his folder, then looked up at both of us. I believe we've covered everything, gentlemen. Everything except for which of these measures will actually be implemented and how. Yes, well, that's still to be decided upon. Your Majesty, any agreement we make today will go into effect as soon as possible, but the Zeal handover will not. We are looking for a long-term partnership with Rizia. You cannot simply tear up this treaty as soon as you get what you want. So we're asking for a 3-year probationary period. If all is still well between Wehlen and Rizia by the end of that time, we will be able to return Zeal with full confidence. Hello, Lulu. Both Memorials hit at a base. Dang. When will it end? How can I be sure that 3 years won't turn into 10? Don't worry, Your Majesty. As long as the terms are met, the handover will proceed as planned. Lorento finished jotting something down on his notepad. Thank you for your explanations, Mr. Schmolak. This has been very informative. Would you mind waiting in the sitting room while His Majesty and I decide on Rizia's half of the agreement? It would be my pleasure. Schmolak exited the room backwards, bowing as he did so. Well, quite a lot to think about, Your Majesty. Fucking yeah, it is. Jesus. Hello, Great Creator. What's up? I have the draft documents right here if you're ready. Perfect. Let's get to work. Jesus. Think of everyone in Zeal, Your Majesty. We're doing this for them. You ever tried breaking shale? When shale breaks, it breaks in a really cool way and it's really soft. I never had shale when I lived. Where I used to live out in South Texas, it was just clay and sand. And limestone. But never like never any like gray shale or anything like that. He handed me the treaty amendment draft and I began going through it. Negotiation leverage. Oh! Amendment to the Zeal Agreement of 27. The Zeal Agreement is being renegotiated to strengthen the economic, cultural, and political ties between the nations of Wehlen and Rizia. Wehlen wants to meet certain new conditions in a new comprehensive bilateral agreement. Import from Wehlen. Choose Weshek goods to be imported to Rizia under the new agreement. Oil. Morphine. And tobacco. I like oil and morphine. And tobacco. Let's see. Choose Rizian goods to be exported. I'm okay with gold. Natural gas. Let me see. -1 budget, so that takes me to 7 budget. 7 budget, 4 energy. 6 budget, 4 energy. 5 budget, 4 energy. 3 budget, 4 energy. Wine. Two for 2? 2 for 3. 1 for 1. And don't promise aid. Alright, let me see. So that's gonna be 1 budget. So that's 7 budget, 4 energy, 6 budget, 4 energy, 5 budget, 4 energy, 3 budget, 4 energy, 4 budget, 4 energy, 4 budget, 4 energy? Ugh. Ugh, yikers. Ugh, yikers. Keep your tobacco. Do not implement a ban. I'm okay with full rights for Weshek citizens. Yeah, let's try it. He handed me... Oh, God. Oh, it's instantly approved. Okay. Are you bored? No, Graham, are you? Hello, ankle biter. Nothing but limestone? Yeah. Baltimore Orioles 4, Chicago White Sox 1. Yeah, I figured. Colton Cowser hit a 3-run homer. Oh, bases loaded. Jesus. Or almost bases loaded. Just 3 bases. Jesus. Laurento noted each decision I made in the margins of the document. When he finished going through everything, he sat back with a raised eyebrow. Very bold, Your Majesty. I hope Wehlen will accept it. He asked an aide to call Schmolak back into the room. The president of Wehlen wiped Rosetta crumbs off his mustache as he entered. What a decision tart your people. What a delicious tart your people have invented. Now imagine if the crust was made out of strudel pastry. But first things first, let's have a look at that treaty. Laurento handed him the annotated draft and he flipped through it eagerly. As he reached the end, his eyes narrowed. I see. I was not aware that the king of Rizia took me for a simpleton. Apologies, Mr. President, but I simply cannot promise you more than this. I doubt that's true, Your Majesty. You are attempting to stick poor Wehlen with an unfair trade deal. You are content to watch us suffer alone in our fight against Bloodish Freedom Front. To me, your unwillingness to cooperate shows that you cannot be trusted to resume governance and zeal. I'm not entirely inflexible. Surely there's still a way we can find common ground. All is not lost, Your Majesty. There is one further condition which my ministers advised me not to include in the agreement. If you do this for me in addition to meeting the conditions you already agreed on, I can envision allowing the zeal handover to proceed. You have my attention. It's very sensitive, Your Majesty. You see, like the Bloodish Freedom Front, your Su-Omina organization has many different heads. But there is one that stands above all others, Ricardus Taurus. Deal with him, and we can restart this conversation. Smolak fixed us with a hawk-like stare. Ugh. Meanwhile, he suspects he's involved in the Zeal incident. Meanwhile, he has shown nothing but contempt for the Weshiks living under his jurisdiction. A country that allows a man like that to remain in power is not a country where my people will be safe. I do not share my cousin's views, neither does the majority of Rizia. You've had every chance to stop him, Your Majesty. It is not simply to not support him, he must be stripped of his power. It is my wish that he be arrested and extradited to Wehlen, where he will learn the true meaning of justice. I'd like to get him out of the way as well, but we need to be strategic about it. Laurento looked askance at me. Mr. Schmolak, I understand you're concerned about Duke Taurus, but to turn him over to your country would require a trial and conviction followed by lengthy legal proceedings. That would be your problem to solve, Mr. Esquivel, not mine. Are you sure there's nothing else Rizia can offer you? The thought of turning over my cousin makes me uneasy. Victor shook his head solemnly. You have rejected everything else. This is my sole request. I'll add Rico to my list of promises, but there had better be no demands after this one. Schmolak stared at me imperiously for a few seconds, then broke into a wide smile. Fantastic, Your Majesty. I knew you would come through in the end. We will leave your cousin out of the official treaty, of course. It's just between us. I wish I had time to celebrate, but Rockolitz awaits. Next time you visit us, we will smoke geisha together. You'll discover what you're missing out on. That sounds like a plan, Mr. President. Laurento rose from his seat. An aide will show you out while we finish up here, Mr. Schmolak. Thanks again for your time. Thank you, Mr. Esquivel, and you, of course, King Ramos. Shake his hand. I stood up and extended my hand. He clasped it in both his and shook it vigorously. Until next time, Your Majesty. We accompanied Schmolak to the door of the suite. He bowed one last time as an aide ushered him down the hall towards the exit. It's okay. I wanted to get rid of fucking... I wanted to get rid of my fucking... my second... my Vicar for like a while now. Laurento and I looked at each other for a long couple of moments. We have quite the task before us, don't we? But I'm confident we'll rise to the challenge. Your confidence and your assistance are most appreciated. I'm only doing my royal duty. Laurento gathered up the documents that were scattered across the table. Together, we left the suite. We left the suite. Alright, there's an economic boon. A little economic boon. I also have no authority, so I have no idea how I'm gonna get it back. Rizia Wehlen signed preliminary deal for Zia return. Equal rights extended to Wejek. Wejek grants full rights. Now this should be expanded. Morella to demand nationalization at upcoming MITS meeting. Zeal handover officially postponed. The AAC tracks undeclared Cantanian satellites. Arcasia's economic growth slows to 5%. Omega lol. Couldn't be me. I would like to buy military equipment, though, since I'm not doing anything with this budget anyway. There we go. Let's see. Unequal treatment of foreigners, equal rights for Wejeks. Average amount of illegal substance abuse, average welfare state. Persistent drug deal. 1953 amendments to the Zeal Agreement, and oil imports, gold exports, pharmaceuticals, and wine exports. Azaro discharged from the hospital. Returned home after spending an extended period in the hospital due to a stroke. The family patriarch is still suffering from convulsions, but will now focus on recovering further at the Azaro's palace of Monteclar. Fancy capitalism run. What were you doing to that Dubai chocolate shake? Well, we can't all have wins, you know. Hello, Rachel. Do I plan to making paid healthcare? Oh yeah, Graham. We're gonna be privatizing our healthcare sector for sure. General Carlos Azaro returns from arms exhibition in Lesbia. General Azaro, accompanied by a select group, attended the arms industry and equipment exhibition at the Canavi Exhibition Center in Lesbia, where the latest advances in military tech were showcased. Following his visit, General Azaro has returned to Rizia and is preparing a detailed presentation for His Majesty. His report is expected to outline key findings from the exposition and highlighting potential applications for Rizia's defense strategy. Your mom. Your mom, bro. Your mom. The reform movement grows. The reform movement has surged dramatically, becoming a national force impossible to ignore. Massive rallies organized by the URPP and reformist groups are drawing hundreds of thousands, which calls for democratization echoing in every major city. The majority of the public is reported to be in support of the RPP's push for a new constitution, and pressure is mounting for the government to respond. I promised to listen to their concerns. Wehlen has something to say. Wehlen is now friendly. Excellent. We're responding to increased radical elements of Rizia are becoming more organized and vocal, particularly several revolutionary groups who are now under strict surveillance by Rizian intelligence have been advocating for dismantling traditional power structures and shifting towards a socialist system. A leading rights activist, Adolfo Sotoletto, who is also suspected of having ties to Volclan, has gained popularity among these groups and is increasingly assuming the role of a leader for the growing Rizian radicals. While these groups appear to be peaceful, the intelligence warns that if their influence grows further, their extreme rhetoric may gain traction among those dissatisfied with the crown. Keep following the situation, please. Not the crown, bro. Half-full military equipment stockpile. That's good. The Zeal resistance funding. We have an option to fund resistance movements in the Zeal region. These could help increase pressure on the Wejek government to return Zeal to Rizia, but they could also destabilize the area, further justifying Wehlen's decision to hold on to it for national security. Let's increase funding to Ariana Tourist Association. Growing pro-Rizian group. The gathering of the MITS board? Not just yet. That's gonna be next. We're nationalizing the MITS. WHR concerned with Zeal crackdown. Watchtower for Human Rights. Anton Rain's presidency. Swordland's new era begins. Radicals infiltrate the reform movement. Radical groups led by figures like Adolfo Sotoletto have firmly infiltrated the reform government and are now steering the agenda towards extreme goals. Whoa. These radicals are positioning themselves as the voice of the movement. Wait, what am I playing on? Hang on. I gotta check my schedule again. What am I playing on? Oh, Beholder, right, okay. Sidelining moderates and increasing tensions across the country, they openly talk about revolutionary changes, including abolishing the monarchy and restructuring the government alongside millennialist lines. Rizian intelligence warns that the growing influence of these radicals could soon lead to widespread protests. Take no immediate action. I don't know. Let him in. Let him in! What am I playing? Hello, Uncle Munich. This is... Suzerain. There's a growing pro-Rizian movement, which is good. Alright, let's see how the Nationalization project is going. Gathering of the MITS board member states at the MITS Miftian Basin. Now this could be something. The thrum of helicopter blades is almost deafening as we prepared for our descent into the Miftium International Trade Zone. I looked out the window. We were above the Miftium Basin, an expansive, dried-up lake containing millions of years' worth of sedimentary deposits. The past decades of industrial activity have turned it into a mosaic of underground and open-pit mines linked by roads, railways, and makeshift canals. Smoke rose from the surrounding refineries, turning the sky a musty shade of orange. My eyes followed a cargo-laden freight train as it departed the Miftian station. Next to me in the helicopter, Elena noticed it as well. One of Lesbia's by the looks of it. The gold will be shipped out of the Meridian port and reach Veno Robin by this evening. The birthplace of lesbian protectionism, relying on international partnerships for gold imports. Tell me how that squares up. You're absolutely right, Your Majesty. Lesbian economic theory does favor domestic production over foreign imports. But they make an exception for resources like gold and gas, especially when lesbian companies have a hand in their extraction. I recall you took a rather pro-Morella stance at the Alliance of Nations session. Are you still leaning in that direction? I want to respect Morella's wishes, but we can't ignore the MITS's great economic importance to our kingdom. No, we can't. I'm sure we can all reach a compromise that doesn't result in a total loss. The yikes. Just be like a Greek architect? For real. We hit a rough patch of air as we continued our descent. I felt a gold disc in my suit pocket bump up against my side. Rusty had mentioned that it had been found here in the MITS. I wondered what its significance was. Too much. Hello, Dallas. We gently touched down on the helipad in the Cooperation Center, the building where MITS board meetings and other diplomatic functions were held. Hello, Rouge. Oh, Rouge the Bat. Girl? We were immediately met by a large security retinue and ushered inside to the reception hall where the welcome ceremony was about to take place. Dang. Alma Saltania greeted us by the entrance. A security staff member showed Elena to her seat, while I followed the Morellan Prime Minister to the front of the hall. That's my phone. My phone went off like 6 times in a row. I have no idea why I did that. Hang on, give me a second. Okay. Are you an architect? I could be. I could be. Alma Saltania greeted us by the entrance. A security staff member showed Elena to her seat while I followed the Morellan Prime Minister to the front of the hall. Thank you for coming, Mr. Torres. Prime Minister Saltania, a pleasure to see you again. If I had a nickel for every time you had a nickel, you would have a nickel. That is what will improve your army. That's true, Uncle Munich, that's true. I definitely do need more nickels to improve my army. And you! I hope you've been well since our encounter at the AN. I was glad to hear you were able to reach an understanding with Wehlen. It gives me hope for today's talks. If you are as open to negotiation as President Schmolak was, I don't foresee a problem. I assure you that I am. She gestured for me to follow her. I'd like to start straight away, but my advisors have persuaded me that diplomatic protocol must be followed. A stage had been set up backdrop by our country's 4 flags. Patricio Alvarez was already sitting there looking somewhat bored. I took my place next to him. He didn't acknowledge me. Good afternoon, Mr. Prime Minister. Greetings, Your Majesty. We both fell silent. I noticed a certain bleariness to his eyes. I wondered whether his decision to quit drinking had lasted. Yeah, for real, for real. Gonna have to play 99 nights because your friends are jealous of my 881 night count? Damn, Spider, damn! That's not 99 nights, that's 881 nights! What the heck? They lied! The hall began to fill with dignitaries, ministers, and heads of corporations. Rusty Montaro was in the back row, talking animatedly to a lesbian politician. He broke off his conversation to throw me a smile. The doors to the hall suddenly swung open. Hegel entered, accompanied by a pair of bodyguards. He and Prime Minister Saltania exchanged cheek kisses. Alvarez could barely disguise his look of scorn. They're not your friends, you know. They're out to bleed us, both of us dry. I have faith that we can give Morella its due without our economies going to ruin. Sultania and Hegel joined us on stage. The Volkslandian Chancellor... I got hair in my mouth. I got hair... Ugh. Rest. Thank you guys, thank you. Sultania and Hegel joined us on stage. The Volkslandian Chancellor shook my hand with an encouraging smile. Nod. I nodded at him. The four of us posed for photographs, the Morella national anthem was playing, then those of Volksland, Rizia, and finally Lesbia. That shows who takes what priority, doesn't it? It's just a ceremony, Mr. Alvarez, don't read too much into it. When the music died down, we were escorted to a conference room together with our key ministers, security detail, and a number of legal advisors. Once we were seated, Prime Minister Sultania spoke. Thank you for carving time out of your schedules to join me today, gentlemen. She looked around the table at each of us. Where 35 years ago, our country signed an agreement regarding the sharing of resources in the Meftian Basin. But at that time, Morella was capable neither of exploring the full potential of the gold located here, nor of fending off raids from our Dardian neighbors. It was only with the cooperation of Rizia, Volksland, and Lesbia that the Miftium International Trade Zone could become the thriving industrial center it is today. However, our predecessors failed to recognize the social and moral responsibility that comes with such an economic endeavor, and Morella paid the price. Does my hair go everywhere? It does indeed. Stay-san, I didn't say anything. All of us, Morella included, have benefited from a contract that allows us to pay ITZ workers less and grant them fewer protections than in our individual home countries. At the same time, the area around the trade zone has turned into a dumping ground for exotic chemicals to the detriment of our water systems and the people who depend on them. There's only one way forward. The MITs must be restored to Morellan ownership. Alvarez audibly scoffed. Is this actually what you believe, Miss Sultania? Or are you just parroting the words of Chancellor Hegel? Say nothing. I let Sultania respond. I understand that you are not happy with Morella's new direction, Mr. Alvarez, but please don't discount my agency as Prime Minister. The current cooperation between Morella and Volksland is based on mutual respect. There is no string pulling. The mutual respect shouldn't impact the shared objectives of the trade zone. What would it take for Rizia and Morella to achieve such a cooperation? If your nation gives credence to my wishes, I am more than willing to do the same. Chancellor Hegel and I have begun work on a proposal to transfer state ownership of the MITs to the Morellan state. The assets currently owned by Volksland, Rizia, and Lesbia would be purchased by a new Morella-owned company formed specifically for the governments of the MITs. Each country would then have the opportunity to buy shares in that company. The Republic of Volksland has already agreed to forego that opportunity. Should Rizia and Lesbia choose to buy shares, they could still continue operations in some capacity, albeit under strict oversight with more input from workers. You must understand that I have Rizia's own interests to think about. If I'm to agree to such a proposal, I have to know our economy will remain stable. Hello, Rye Gamer Girl. What's up? What's up? It is not my goal to bankrupt any of you. We're willing to make individual agreements with each stakeholder to offset any economic damage done by nationalization. Should we vote to proceed with the proposal, I will solicit each of your input. And if we vote not to proceed, what then? Then we will have to go back to the drawing board. In the case of a split decision, we will have to renegotiate the initial MITS agreement until a way forward is found. But Morella will no longer accept the status quo. Nor will Volksland. Well, Lesbia stands firm in our conviction that the ownership of the MITs should not change. If His Majesty knows what's good for his kingdom, he'll agree with me. Everyone seated at the table turned to me. Elna cleared her throat. You ready for the vote, Your Majesty? Actually, Miss Werner, I would like to confer. Before making my final... Absolutely, Mr. Torres. Take all the time you need. We'll set up a separate room for you. The rest of us can break for coffee. Okay, here we go. Alright, here's the details. Okay, Jesus Christ. This fucking trade zone. I keep hearing about this stupid damn trade zone. The group dispersed. Elna and I were seated in a smaller private conference room. Before we continue, Your Majesty, I do think Mr. Montaro should be privy to this conversation as well. Of course, he owns the majority of Rizia Royal Gold, after all. Elna notified an aide to send in for Rusty. A few minutes later, he appeared. Your Majesty, Elna, have you tried Morella and Sukar biscuits yet? They're drier than lettuce from my ex-wife's divorce attorney. Oh, Rusty. We should shoot this guy in the head, man. We are here to talk about biscuits, aren't we? Because as far as I'm concerned, the nationalization debate doesn't merit a discussion. Elna raised an eyebrow. King Ramos here is the leader of our country. If he says a discussion is necessary, then it is. My sincerest apologies to both of you. I was just joking. Prime Minister Sultania brought up some very valid points. I need to think this over very carefully. Elna nodded in agreement, then glanced up at the clock. We don't have very long. Where would you like to begin, Your Majesty? What will be the economic and financial impact on Rizia if Morella goes through with the nationalization plan? That depends on the exact nature of the agreement, doesn't it? Even if Rizia buys back its former shares of the MITs, Morella's plan regulations will limit the revenue we can earn from it. But, by privately negotiating the proposal terms with Prime Minister Sultania, we may yet be able to make an arrangement where we can come out relatively unscathed. That'd be a risk, Your Majesty. Our RG already almost went belly up after we lost Zeal. Thanks to you, we didn't have to waste money on needless safety regulations, but still, nationalization could be a killing blow. At the same time, we're facing high gold demand from Rumburg and soon Wehlen. We have our new gas holdings to fall back on, as long as Duke Reinhardt does not renege on his end of the agreement. I see. Good that we have gas as a safety net. I didn't know the situation was this grave. It's not grave yet, but we should refrain from making rash promises. Nationalization doesn't seem reasonable to me. What's your opinion? The nationalization agreement doesn't seem beneficial on the surface, but I could see a few possible perks. Elena, how could you? For real. You're gonna do what? Yeah, for real. You're gonna do what with what oil? What oil, huh? I'm not saying I support this plan, only that it need not be a disaster for us. I think we are gonna have to let Morella nationalize the MITs. I think we can negotiate a private ownership deal, though. I would like to try negotiating a private ownership plan. Any nationalization plan will still need Rizia's support to go through. That means we'll be in a position to make demands. What we lose in gold we could gain by making a good energy deal, for example. It sounds like I've got my money on the wrong resource. An energy deal would be a better long-term solution than relying on gold mining in a foreign country anyway. As long as we have energy to offer, that is. There is one other possibility. She lowered her voice. We not only buy back Rizia's share of the MITs, we purchase Lesbia's out from under them. Rusty grinned. That is a plan I could get behind. Push Lesbia out of the MITs and increase our gold returns while we're at it? Great idea. It's just a thought, Your Majesty. That was everything I wanted to talk about. You sure about that, Your Majesty? I'm very happy to talk more about the long-term negative impact of nationalization. Elna shook her head. Nope, we've taken enough time here. We should reconvene with the others. Oh, I like that plan. I don't think I have enough capital to do that, though. He locked eyes with me. You know what to do, Your Majesty. He motioned for the guards to escort him out of the reception hall. We headed back to the conference room and settled back to our seats. I'm ready to proceed with the vote. Actually, now I have a few questions for the board. Alvarez quietly groaned in frustration. Sultania bowed her head. By all means, Mr. Torres. Prime Minister Alvarez, if the nationalization vote does not pass, would you still be willing to address the complaints Prime Minister Sultania has made? Of course I would, Your Majesty. He sat up straight. I would like to point out that what a towering achievement it is that the MITS exists in the first place. 4 countries with 4 vastly different governments coming together for the economic benefit of all. It sounds preposterous, yet it works. The cooperation and, yes, competition involved in sharing this valuable resource has not only brought our nations closer together, it spurred innovation far beyond what any of us could achieve individually. We could harness that same spirit to address the very valid concerns Ms. Sultania has brought up about the environment and human rights. Or we could throw all that away, scare off investors, and put God knows how many people out of work, because why exactly? To score a few points with our Eastern comrades? Sultania and Hegel both had icy stares on their faces. But you would not be willing to decrease Lesbia's profit share. I'm willing to dedicate time and resources to improve conditions in the MITs, isn't that enough? Mr. Torres, if you meant what you said at the AN, you shouldn't even be entertaining this opinion. Sultania glanced at him uncomfortably. Whatever is decided today, I'm willing to work with both Rizia and Lesbia. Our differing outlooks shouldn't get in the way of our peaceful compromise. Okay. Okay, interesting. Do you not believe your eyes? Yeah. You don't know what to do, you're losing your mind? Go to sleep, bro. I still want to know why Vogsland is only supporting nationalization now. Why didn't you hand over your ITZ stake back to Morella right after the revolution? A valid question. Vogsland's socialist values indeed take a backseat to economic stability in the early years of our republic. But more importantly, the prior leaders of Morella could not be trusted to manage the midst with compassion and consideration. Giving away our stake then would have done more harm than good. And you believe the current Morellan government is capable of such compassion? With all my heart. I trust Miss Saltania's coalition to develop a system in which the miners themselves have a greater say in operations. I am prepared to help them develop it myself if necessary. Something like the Vogslandian labor system union, then? Hegel and Saltania looked at each other. I believe so. The successes of Vogslandian labor union federations in the agricultural and manufacturing industry speak for themselves. We will have to discuss that. Of course, unionization would be in the best interest of the workers, but we will need to maintain operational consistency, especially at the beginning of the transition. No mixed messages, Saltania. Either you're on the side of the workers or you aren't. We're getting ahead of ourselves. These details will be discussed once the nationalization plan is voted on. As a supporter of the Save the Arfeld initiative, I want to know how your nationalization plan will tackle the pollution problem. Of course, Mr. Torres, damn. What's the plan so far? I'm okay with them nationalizing the MIFTs. I'm just trying to, I'm trying to beat around the bush so I can fucking so I can find the resolve to, I don't think I have enough capital to, purchase out Lespia's share either. I don't know what to do. We'll see. At the beginning of the ITC operation, the grand plan is that we get Pales and Zeal back. I don't know if we'll do it this run, but I also want to stay away from the superpowers. I want to stay away from Rumberg. I want to stay away from the communists. I want to stay away from the capitalists. I want to stay away from the monarchists. I would rather focus on this local region, you know? I need to be like Sun Tzu. Yeah, so it would seem. Companies like the RRG are allowed their wastewater to drain directly into the Arfeld River. Techniques have been refined since then, but the damages linger. Toxic chemicals continue to leach into the river's watershed and are slowly poisoning the surrounding communities. I might add that the river empties into the Gulf of Meridia, which is bordered by Rizia, Derdi, and Wehlen, as well as my country. Any plan for nationalization or otherwise must address this. Yes, I agree. Our nationalization plan would not only mandate stricter environmental oversight of the mines, it would allocate a portion of revenue to cleaning up the river and aiding affected communities. Wouldn't it be more efficient if the MIT stakeholders took charge of the efforts themselves? Apologies, Mr. Torres, and I don't trust your nation or any other to know what's best for Morella and its people. Alright, I'm ready for a decision. Social exile. Very good, Mr. Torres. Now let's proceed with the vote. Saltania motioned to her secretary to take notes. We will use an open voting procedure going clockwise around the table. The Republican Morella cast its vote in favor of nationalization. Vogsland cast its vote for nationalization as well. Lespia, being of sound mind, cast a vote against nationalization. It was my turn. Minister Saltania leaned forward eagerly as Alvarez eyed me warily. I don't believe our resource and profit-sharing agreement should be changed in any way. Yeah, we'll nationalize it. We'll nationalize it. Hegel applauded solemnly. A wise choice, Mr. Torres. History will reward you for it. I am as surprised as I am grateful, Mr. Torres. I look forward to collaborating with you for a fair proposal. I turned to look at Alvarez. He had an artificial smile on his face. I know when I've been defeated. You can count on my cooperation. I am absolutely brimming with suggestions. I'm sure you are. Saltania rose from her seat energetically. We should inform our guests of the good news. Let's get back to the reception hall. The Rizian, Vogslandian, and Lesbian delegations slowly began filing out of the conference room next to me. Elena spoke under her breath. A brave choice, Your Majesty. We'll have to drive a hard bargain with Morella or risk disrupting gold production. If we can use this to get closer to Morella, the lost profits will be worth it. You may be right about that. As Alvarez and I stood up, I saw him take another sip from his flask. He noticed my gaze and nodded slightly, so he sided with the millennialists in the end. You surprised? I made my intentions clear. Not surprised, disappointed. First, you underhanded dealings with Pales, now this. You're really starting to test my resolve, King Taurus. He stepped past me and out the door. Hegel was still seated. I could feel his eyes boring into me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, there's a communist. Uh-oh, a communist is staring my way. Oh, gotcha, Pierce. Thanks for stopping by, man. Oh, Hegel. I smiled at him. He gave me the same mysterious smile as he had before. We walked back onto the stage of the reception hall and awaited Prime Minister Sultania's announcement. My economy, bro! Survey shows lack of stable housing affecting birth rate. Your mom. Crown assures gold stores will remain stable despite the MIT's nationalization. Home visit to General Tadea Cesaro. King champions Miftium nationalization. MIT's to be nationalized despite lesbian opposition. Oh, geopolitical is operating in the region now. Oh, I hadn't even noticed. Very funny. My authority! I still haven't been able to make a decree because I'm just flat out of authority. I guess we just run it until I die or something. I guess I could just keep building churches. Salabus anti-monarchy protests. We're gonna die, dude. They're gonna fucking kill my ass. Oh god, I've completely fucked this up. General Carlos Cesaro visits the royal estate. I don't care. I don't care about Tadeus at all. Meeting on internal security. Arch Sanctuary faces delay due to lack of specialists. The restoration of Plavo has been hindered by a shortage of skilled restoration specialists. The options include hiring esteemed restoration experts from Port Jazon, known for their work on religious sites, seeking skilled artists from the global market, or maintaining the current pace with local teams. I'm gonna hire experts from Port Jazon. My budget! Restoration guided by the capital's finest. If I ever play Rizia again, I'm definitely going Theocracy. For sure. I don't want to meet about internal security just yet. I would rather... Let's see. The RNC requests selection campaign funds. National Coalition. Rava seeks financial backing from the Crown to secure the Royalist Party position against the opposition party. Our decision on funding could sway the election's outcome, shaping the political future of our kingdom. As the House of Delegates election campaign for 54 begins, the RNC promises to support the monarchy. How about some moderate campaign funding? My budget, dude! Out of resources again! Crown's calculated bet for an RNC future. Meeting on internal security. Hugo and Lucita rose from their feet the moment I stepped into the council chambers. My return journey from Morella had just concluded, and within hours of being back in Rizian soil, I was called for an internal security meeting. Good evening, Your Majesty. I'm glad you could join us. Thanks for coming on such short notice. I know you have many other pressing appointments. Nonsense, nothing's more pressing than Rizia security. Agreed, Your Majesty. I sat in my designated seat at the head of the table. Hugo and Lucita took their respective seats. Aides placed folders full of information in front of each of us, and glasses of water were poured. Your Majesty, the main reason we called you here today is there's been a breakthrough in the Friendship Day bombing investigation. He gestured for Lucita to proceed. She beamed with pride. Lucita handed me a sheet of paper from her dossier. Thanks to your willingness to further fund our intelligence capabilities, our team in Wehlen was able to locate and identify material used in the explosive device. We found a number of capacitors and resistors, which are crucial for creating precise and dependable triggering mechanisms. Despite the fire damage, we were able to trace them back to Circuit Rise Systems, an electronics manufacturer in Pales. Its main contractor is the government of the Grand Duchy. I have a hard time believing Reinhardt would take such drastic actions. I wouldn't have expected the Pelesians to be involved. We don't know for a fact that they were. I believe further investigation is warranted. Tell me, Azaro, what would Pales have to gain from masterminding the Friendship Day incident? Well, Duchess, what do you think? I think that the attack coming in the middle of the preliminary explorations for the Arias gas field were of no coincidence. Sowing discord between Rizia and Wehlen might have been a way to create enough destabilization that we'd be entering negotiations from a place of vulnerability. This is all just speculation. I want hard facts. So do I. In my opinion, the evidence we found more than justifies a closer investigation into the Pelesian connection. I am hesitant to pursue a deeper investigation into Pales because of the potential backlash, particularly if it were to surface publicly. Internationally, this move could strain our relationship with not only Pales, but the region as a whole. Our primary concern should be Wehlen's deoccupation of Zeal, and the fastest way to achieve that is by confirming Wezhik involvement in the bombing. On the other hand, Your Grace, what if it turns out Wehlen is innocent? If we keep pursuing them in the absence of concrete leads, Schmolak may use that as justification to hold on to Zeal, despite the agreement we signed. Just say the word, Your Majesty. I'll immediately direct our efforts towards a more extensive investigation of Pales. Oh, jeez. Like Hugo, I think we should concentrate our resources on Wehlen. The idea of Pale's involvement in the bombing doesn't add up. Lucita pursed her lips. Very well, Your Majesty. I'll warn you that it may be some time before we get results. Hugo shuffled some papers around. Now that that's settled, I believe there are a number of other, less urgent security issues up for discussion. There are indeed. What would you like to start first, Majesty? I've read some worrying reports about the populace. Sadly, Your Majesty, it does appear that a very large number of citizens in various parts of the kingdom have been joining rallies organized by the opposition. So far, the protests have been under control, but the reform movement's growing size and evidence of growing radicalism among these groups points to a real potential threat. We're worried they signify a broader discontent and dissatisfaction that has been festering among the populace. Even in Valenqueris. Fortunately, no. If both of you agree it's serious, then it must be. Go on. Overall, it's a multifaceted issue. Autonomy, political power, and economic equity are all intertwined in these problems. Specifically, the Dasnir's community feels that the religious traditions they have held long sacred are being ignored or even spat on. The human rights situation in Rizia is apparently concerning to some. Workers are still clamoring for improved rights. There are actions being organized in protest of Rizia's worsening living standards. The welfare protesters are claiming that the Crown has yet to address their demand for increased health and education funding. When it rains, it pours. Certainly pours, doesn't it? That's putting it lightly. At the very least, I'm happy to say there are no signs of anti-monarchist turmoil within our noble houses. Thank God. If the nobles begin backing irate commoners, it'll be 26 all over again. As to the nature of this unrest, I'm still gathering information on the ground. I don't have specific examples at this time. If escalation occurs, we'll require a strategic approach, open the dialogue, and compromise. What about our border security? There isn't too much to report, but it's worth mentioning that there's been a huge surge of bloodish migrants attempting to cross the Gulf of Meridia. Taking advantage of Rizia's open borders, perhaps we should have agreed on Mr. Schmolak's bloodish ban after all. Is there a particular reason we could attribute this increase? All sides point to Wehlen, but we haven't observed a significant push. We're aware that they're conducting covert operations to suppress bloodish communities within their borders. Wehlen is testing us. But within their own borders and ours. Exactly. Speaking of which, just this morning one of our patrol vessels intercepted an overcrowded bloodish migrant ship crossing the Gulf. And they were lucky we did. Our investigative team determined that they had stayed out any longer, the ship would have been at risk of sinking. The 500 plus asylum seekers are currently being processed at one of our migrant facilities. Thanks for the update. It's good they were intercepted in time. Certainly, but it's important to consider long-term solutions to prevent such situations. Having covered that, I believe I've touched upon all the key aspects of the issue. Any news on Isa? Your Majesty, the situation in Isa remains fraught with challenges. Your decision to elevate the status of the Wezhik population has certainly won the Crown supporters in Little Rockowitz. Unfortunately, that does little to curb tensions. In fact, it's emboldened migrants to openly defy the police. My son has been overwhelmed trying to restore order. His men are stretched to their limit. Lucita straightened in her seat, seemingly eager to intervene. Unfortunately, Your Grace, I believe your son is part of the problem. With the Duke's public support of Suomina, the group has become even bolder. We've seen increased violence, and there have been reports of clashes in the streets. Following your advice, Lucita, I've refrained from deploying the Central Police to Isa. It seems the decision has backfired. I will stand by my recommendation. Given what we've seen so far, handing the Duke extra units would be a disaster. However, we can't stand by and do nothing. The provincial police and Brennus have offered their cooperation. Their attitude towards foreigners is certainly in line with the Crown's, although I'm concerned they'll let legitimate crimes committed by migrants slip through the cracks. Rico's hardline stance isn't working. Perhaps a softer approach is called for. I wouldn't risk it, not with the Isa's current lack of order. I believe we should honor the Duke's request for reinforcements from the Central Police without placing them under his direct jurisdiction. Hugo fixed her with a stare. And whose jurisdiction should they be under? Yours, I propose? Uh-oh. Maybe they make the dialogue tense for giggles? I think so, Graham. It is honestly a little silly. Well, yes. Allowing my department to take over law enforcement will leave the Duke free to focus on his other governing duties. What makes you think you will succeed where he failed? Your Majesty, look at my track record as Duchess of Monteclar. I know a thing or two about restoring order. Yeah, let's place them under Lucita. Your suggestion to employ Brennus police independently holds merit, especially in garnering favor with House Suzerain. I don't want them under Rico, but I don't know if I could... I don't know, I can't favor Lucita's police marching through Brennus, so I do just want to hand it over to House Suzerain. But it will be perceived as a challenge to Rico's authority. Moreover, it will significantly impede his capacity to govern. With all due respect, I believe that was His Majesty's intention. If there's nothing less to discuss, let us adjourn. Hugo rose from his seat and stretched his arms back. Just in time. My joints were starting to stiffen. After saying their goodbyes, Hugo and Lucita took their leave. I checked my watch. We'd concluded the briefing in a timely manner. The weight of our internal security discussion still lingered in the air as I stood alone in the room. With a somber nod to the vacant chairs, I departed, ready to face the responsibilities that lay upon the meeting room. My budget! Fucking my budget, dude. RPP turns Isa into a sea of yellow. Thousands of yellow flags and people wearing yellow clothes filled the streets of Isa over the past week, culminating in a rallying feature speech by Menace Saison as an art performance of the Ghosts of Democracy, the new mascot for the RPP's electoral campaign. With this unique display of the force, our RPP has set itself up for a strong and recognizable campaign. Royal Herald officially endorses Rizia National Coalition in provincial elections. Voice of Rizia endorses the Rizian People's Party. Rizia's mysterious silence on Zeal Friendship Day bombing raises eyebrows. Rumberg coming south? Who knows? Nothing. I just can't enact anything anymore. I'm just at a perpetual loss of... I'm at a perpetual loss of authority now. Very funny. Nearly fell asleep face flat on the keyboard user? Gotcha. Have a good night, man. The RNC kicks off the election campaign. With a large rally on the Taurus Square, the RNC officially kicked off their election campaign for the upcoming House of Delegates election. Tens of thousands of supporters gathered, waving Rizian and House Taurus flags, chanting their support for the King's Party. Leader of the RNC and Speaker of the HOD, Daria Darava, delivered a rousing speech with a short appearance by Hugo Taurus himself, sending the crowd wild. The RNC acknowledged his royal funding receipt. The RNC has formally announced the receipts of election campaign funds from the Crown. In a press release from their headquarters in Port Jazon, RNC leader Daria Darava expressed gratitude towards the King for their financial support. She emphasized that this funding is crucial for the RNC's efforts in the upcoming House of Delegates election, promising to uphold the values and stability the monarchy represents. I just want to hand over... I mean, I guess that's why my authority is low more than anything, so I can just hand over all my power to the Congress so I don't have to do anything anymore. Maybe I should try that with Swordland next run. Hello, Silas. What's up? On the palace balcony, I sought refuge from the relentless affairs of the state. The grandeur of the night sky spread before me, stars punctuating the obsidian expanse like celestial jewels. And the city's distant light shimmered, a testament to life, continuing beyond the palace walls. Amid this tranquil backdrop, I found a brief respite from the responsibilities that weighed on my shoulders. It was during this peaceful interlude that Lucita approached. Her presence on the balcony was a reminder that, as a monarch, Even moments of solitude could be fleeting. Good evening, Your Majesty. Lucita, to what do I owe the pleasure? This pleasure happens to be the information you requested about your father's death. Really? In that case, let's hear it. Let me start by saying that I've made significant progress into who may be responsible. That quickly? Tell me more. I've identified several individuals who initially raised significant suspicions. Lucita discreetly glanced around as if making sure there was no one else with us. My initial list comprised 5 individuals: Gordian, Wiseman, Butler, Uncle, Mother. I hope you've narrowed it down from there. As a matter of fact, I have. Alright, let's go down the list. Well, with whom should I begin? I want to know why you suspect Pable. As you know, it is my duty to explore every possibility. During the time leading up to Valero's death, there was a significant period where he couldn't be accounted for. It does sound very un-Pable. What's the game called? It's called Suzerain. I'm sure, but for an individual in Pable's position to be away for such a prolonged period raised questions. He possesses knowledge of the palace's internal workings, which rendered him a significant figure in my investigation. She paused. Further investigation, however, revealed that Pable had a solid alibi. His whereabouts during that time could be completely accounted for. There was a note of uncertainty in her voice. The plot thickens. Of course, Your Majesty. We're keeping our eyes on the unfolding drama. Let's move on, shall we? I knew Pable was innocent. She nodded forcefully. If something similar happens again, I don't need or want to know about it. What about the Grand Wiseman? Your Majesty, multiple sources have confirmed to me that the Grand Wiseman visited the King's chambers the night of his death. In fact, at the time, he was consulting privately with the King on a near-nightly basis. According to the Grand Wiseman himself, Valero turned towards God when he sensed that the end of his life was coming. Turned towards God and away from everybody else. It's not surprising. God forgives where humans don't. What's interesting is that, aside from those meetings, witnesses describe your father's behavior as no more religious than usual. He was even skipping services some weeks. He wanted his enlightenment straight from the tap. I don't blame him. Are you implying that the two of them were planning something? I don't know, but the inconsistency sticks out to me. I haven't been able to establish a motive for the Grand Wiseman, but the means were there. Alright. What about Titus? Yes, of course. She took a quick look around before proceeding. Hello, Inklivs. Something like that. On the night of King Valero's death, Gordian was charged with guarding his chambers. He's often taken it upon himself to personally oversee the security. Yes, he stuck to his majesty like glue, much as he currently sticks to you. But when I questioned the other Golden Guardsmen, one of them admitted that Gordian left his post that night. The guardsmen assumed Titus's duties for half an hour. The captain could have gone anywhere during that time. It wasn't at his post. That's not like Titus at all. It is, which raises questions about his loyalty and the circumstances surrounding the king's demise. Your guardsman's behavior was suspicious, to say the least. I've always taken Titus to be a loyal protector. I understand your reservations, but my duty is to uncover the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it may be. Well, what about the details of my mother? Oh, my mother killed my father. Thank you, Inkfuls. I fell asleep, smacked his face on the keyboard, and sent it in chat for me to laugh at. But here's what it would. I think this is what it would look like. That's what it would look like if my head hit the table. Your Majesty, our investigative efforts have unveiled a rather unexpected revelation. Uh-oh. The Queen Mother was at dinner that night. Later, as verified by Titus Gordian, she opened the door to your father's chambers and immediately alerted the Golden Guard that he was unconscious. In between, however, Madame Estelle was not in the palace at all. Okay, I'm listening. Brace yourself, but it turns out she was attending a secret religious service just outside the capital. A Dasnurist service. Wow. We managed to find credible eyewitnesses at the Dasnurist Arch Sanctuary that night who can verify it. An eyewitness? What led you to find that out? The investigation into her whereabouts began when Dasnira's literature was found hidden in her bedchamber during a secret search. I didn't think much of it until I stumbled across the name and address of a Dasnirist sanctuary handwritten on the inside cover of one such book. My curiosity piqued. I thoroughly investigated the events of that night by gathering records, logs, cross-referencing attendance lists, and witness accounts to solve the puzzle. Needless to say, this proves your mother had an alibi and had nothing to do with your father's death. Then I suppose I'll have to find another suspect. And it's gotta be my uncle, man. You have a comprehensive shape of your head now? Thanks. Nice. Nice. HBNM. That's very funny. Of all the individuals I've been looking into, your Uncle Hugo stands out the most. After supper on the night King Valero died, His Grace accompanied the king to his chambers. Your Golden Guardsman claims not to remember what they were talking about, but the maid who was on duty at the time says she overheard snippets of an argument. An argument about what? Apparently the king shouted, "He is not yet ready," she shrugged, which doesn't clear anything up. He's saying Titus was lying. Hard to say. He may have thought it inappropriate to listen in on the royal family's conversations, or there was something about the content of the argument that he wanted to hide. Dinner was hours before time of death. How could Hugo have killed him? He could have slipped him a slow-acting poison, either on the stairs or while escorting the king into his chambers. Captain Gordian claims to have witnessed no such thing, but a lot gets by him, it seems. No megalol. Enough about the maid. Is there any other reason to suspect Hugo? Well... Hello, Jason. What's up? The counselors and aides I questioned admitted to sensing mistrust between the two brothers, but as you well know, there are almost nobody King Valero trusted by then. If your account is accurate, we need to find out more. I agree completely. Given the severity of accusing Grand Vizier of murder, I wanted to inform you first before proceeding. We must handle this delicately. Here are the next steps to your investigation. Lucita leaned forward, listening eagerly. Ooh. Hugo is obviously the prime suspect, so focus your investigation on him. Consider it already done. Lucita bowed and bid me good day before she turned and left my side. Alone once again, my thoughts returned to the investigation. I assured myself that investigating Hugo was the right course of action. I took no pleasure in suspecting a member of my own family, but the evidence had been laid out. And my suspicions turned out to be true. Beg the question, whom in my inner circle could I trust? RNC hopes to secure Monteclar support by embarking on a massive flyering campaign, providing leaflets to every household. The RNC hopes to secure its support to Monteclar as the biggest city in a Zaro-ruled region, which traditionally votes to the Crown's party but has an ever-diversified population. It is considered a vital piece of the electoral puzzle for the party. Indeed. Me and Monteclar. Former oil workers organized for the RPP, an unlikely ally in the former Nelvasar oil field workers. The small, predominantly native Rizian village has traditionally been a bastion of RNC support, but given the recent disregard of workers' rights by the Crown and the loss of jobs given the field's closure, that allegiance appears to be showing cracks, as many are swayed by the arguments that workers bring forward regarding the need for political change. Gang war? The city of Jails is engulfed in violent turf war between the Skinner Cartel and the Nefandus Volterio, covert criminal syndicate of Rizia. A rising local gang known for its brutal tactics and growing influence. As these two ruthless factions battle for dominance over the city's control, some streets have become war zones. Civilians are caught in the crossfire, businesses are shuttering, the public trust in the authorities is crumbling. Choke their funding by targeting businesses tied to both gangs. Order House Suzerain to handle it. Order House Suzerain to handle it. They got it. Cutting off collateral damage in Jail's crackdown. Alright, Electoral Commission recruiting poll watchers. Bloods are fighting the Crips again, so it would seem, Mamag, so it would seem. In order to ensure a smooth election process, the Electoral Commission has put out a call for volunteers to help watch polls and count votes when the time comes. To reward volunteers, each of them will reward a medal for civic service to the country. Opposition figures have criticized using a volunteer system and expressed their preference for randomly picked citizens to do poll watching instead. Very funny. Call from Chancellor I'm getting a phone call from Hegel. Oh fuck, why am I getting a phone call from this communist? In the middle of the night, I was woken up by a knock on my bedroom door. I heard Payble's voice in the hallway. Sorry to wake you, Your Majesty, but there's apparently an urgent call for you downstairs. I'll be right out. I quickly dressed and joined Paybell in the hallway. How are you, Payble? I'm well, Your Majesty. Glad to hear it. We walked through the palace corridors until we reached my study. An attendant stood ready with the blue phone. He informed me that Chancellor Emmerich Hegel was on the line. Hello, your local Deleza. Sorry, I'm bad with names. Welcome. An attendant stood ready with the blue phone. He informed me that Chancellor Emmerich Hegel was on the line. Let's pick it up. Good evening, Mr. Hegel. Hello, Mr. Taurus. I am truly sorry to disturb you at this hour, but we have unfinished business. You must be talking about the MIT's nationalization plan. Of course. Needless to say, I was pleased you voted the way you did. In fact, with your vote comes a unique chance for cooperations. The Democratic Republic of Volksland would deign to cooperate with a monarchy. Not normally, but in this instance, there is one point we can agree on. The Republic of Lesbia does not belong in the Miftian International Trade Zone. I'm not a fan of Lesbia's profit-mongering either, but stripping of their assets could be dangerous for everyone. You know what's dangerous? Allowing Lesbia's selfish protectionist policies to slowly corrupt the new trade zone we're trying to build. As Alvarez said, the MITs would be nothing without Lesbian mining technology. We can't ignore his country's contribution. Mining technology is worthless if the people operating it are being exploited. He's right. I know that Prime Minister Saltania is meeting. I don't want to go down the path of communism this run, dude. It's so tempting. It's so tempting. Individually with you and Prime Minister Alvarez to come up with a nationalization plan for the MITs. Lesbia will do everything in its power to keep its operations running exactly as before. You, King Ramus, will not let that happen. Lesbia has a lot to offer Morella. You have Prime Minister Saltania's ear. Why don't you just try to convince her to give Lesbia the boot? Volksland's relationship with Morella is still young and fragile. I don't want us to be accused of overreach. Rizia, on the other hand, is Morella's direct neighbor and longtime ally. It's only natural that you would request a more favorable deal. At the end of the day, I'm only asking Rizia to act out of its best interest. This is what I want. Outbidding Lesbia may be in our best interest, but it will take a lot of resources. What can Volksland offer us if I make this happen? A perfectly rational question, Mr. Taurus. Rizia's military weakness is no secret in international circles. Make sure Lesbia ends up with nothing, and Volksland will provide your navy with a significant upgrade. Tempting, our navy could use the help. I'm afraid Volkslanding aid may be a red line for our partners in Grace. Don't you think it's time to distance yourself from the network? You must know how isolated you are becoming. Regardless, I am worried that accepting your Republic's military assistance will send the wrong signal internationally. Voting for its nationalization already aligned you with Volksland. You may as well take advantage of it. You can't expect the delivery of new vessels and equipment as soon as the nationalization agreement is finished. Can I count on your cooperation or not? We might as well take it. He does make that's a very tempting offer. Well, I kind of want to contact Lesbia and see what they have on the table as well. You're in second place, Jamar. Now you're in first. Congrats, man. Congrats. No, given the magnitude of Lesbia's investments in the midst, I can't go along with your plan. You can't. I'm not accepting your offer of naval reinforcement. Removing Lesbian influence in the midst is enough incentive. I'm glad to hear it. My offer will remain open should you change your mind. Good night, Your Majesty. Good night, Hegel. He hung up. I don't know. We'll see how the vote goes. I don't have the resource. I have one tick. Minorities complain about the lack of representation. Volksland labor unions drive further decentralized economic growth and empowers the workers. Arcasian PMCs descend on Marrowbone amid resource extraction controversy. Yikes. Yikers. Violent protest in the Rizia Imperii. The RPP puts forward housing as a campaign issue. Early voting has started in Calicabese. The Republic of Morella. Morella invites MIT's members to discuss nationalization. I guess I could try selling off some energy, but I don't know about that. I don't have the capital for it. Can I say something? What's up, Greater Creator? What's up? Still have a cold, be well soon. Oh, thanks. Hi, Nezuko-chan. What's up? Hi. Been invited to Cavett, the capital of Morella, for a meeting with Prime Minister Alma Sultania. Our plan was to discuss how to proceed with the nationalization of the Miftian International Trade Zone. My security detail and I exited our motorcade outside the gates of the People's Gardens, Cavett's largest park. Originally known as the Imperial Gardens, it had served as a private strolling ground for the Emperor Meridia, then for the Reinhardt family during the Volgish occupation. When Morella reconquered Cavett in 23, the vast green area was open to the public. Once immaculately landscaped with imported Volgish trees and flowers, the park was replanted with native Morellan flora and allowed to grow wild. Children played hide and seek in the tall grasses and raced each other up the conical hills in the center. Alma Sultania greeted me inside the gates, accompanied by only a small security retinue. Welcome back to Morella, Mr. Taurus. It's good to see you again, Madam Prime Minister. And you, Mr. Taurus. We ended on a promising note that the last time we saw each other. I hope we can continue that today. She motioned for me to follow her. A barely marked path led into a dense bamboo grove. We walked in, shadowed by our guards. This was all planted after the Volks left. Amazing how fast it grows. As we kept walking, I noticed the corner of the wooden object peeking out from behind the stalks. I stopped and pushed the stalks aside. It appeared to be a memorial placard carved in traditional Volga style. On it was a square-jawed man, Axel Reinhardt's exact double, triumphantly hoisting his sword atop the park's central hill. An inscription below it reads, "The commemoration of the brave deeds of Otto Reinhardt, Viceroy of the Pales and loyal servant to the Valkos Empire. The taking of Cavett, our punishment for siding with the wrong house in your War of Succession." The Valkos Empire used our family's conflict as an excuse for a land grab. Both our countries lost territory. We lost one of our most important cities and our access to the Antician. There was no comparison. Thankfully, we were able to get it all back after the revolution. What you need today? How did you manage to reclaim such a large swath of land anyway? I hate to admit it, but my right-wing predecessors happen to be very good strategists. It helped that with its coast blocked, Morella was compelled to invest more in its air force. When Lesbia started sending Pale's planes, we had our own ready to counter them. Impressive. I'd love to learn about those planes. We can arrange a tour of one of our Air Force bases if there's time to talk. At the end of our path, we came to a small cylindrical building that looked strikingly different from anything else in the park. A traditional Morellan tea house. Historically, a place for exchange and refuge from prying eyes. We had a seat inside as our guards kept watch outdoors. The low-ceiling room was decorated wall-to-wall in colorful woven fabrics. In its center, smoke rose from a roaring fire pit up through a hole in the middle of the ceiling. A waiter came by with a tray of Sakar Morellan tea biscuits. But thank you, I'd love a biscuit. Please help yourself. We each took a biscuit off the tray. I bit into mine. It was dry, crumbly, and barely sweet. Perfect for washing down with a sip of tea. The waiter placed a pair of intricately ornamented tea glasses in front of us and filled them up. We drank. The tea was delicious. Yummy. I don't need to tell you how grateful I am for your kingdom's vote. Don't get me wrong, Miss Sultania. I will not walk away with nothing. I don't expect you to do. I want the final agreement to be favorable for all 4 parties involved. That's the spirit. Vogsland, Rizia, and Lesbia all deserve to be compensated. The investments that you made in the midst will be recognized. She tapped her fingers on her teacup. As I said during the board meeting, my proposal involves the purchase of Rizia, Lesbia, and Vogsland ITZ assets by a newly formed subsidiary of Morella's state-owned mining company. Each country would have the option of using the money from the sale to buy up to 20% stake in the company. With Vogsland opting out, Morella would retain 60% ownership of the MITs at minimum. Damn. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go get a drink of water, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom. As I'm coughing up a storm. BRB. Okie doke, I'm back. Sorry. Okie doke. Here we go. Ooh. How's it going, guys? Enjoying the stream so far? Ugh, I don't know. I hate... having no authority sucks. I'm so bad when it comes to, like, resource management games. I do much prefer Swordland because it's less resources to manage, you know? Anytime I have to, like, make a decision, I'm like, I can't do it if there's resources on the line because my brain instantly decides, like, I can make a decision easy. I know exactly what I want to do and how to get there. The problem is, it's just like, well, here's, like, a bunch of resources in your way. And it's just like, okay, but am I really supreme ruler if I can't do anything? Alright. With Vogsland opting out, Morella would retain 60% ownership of the MITs. I'll be honest, even with the 20% share of the MITs, the regulations you're setting on would impose and devastate our economy. That's why I'm prepared to offer additional incentives, material or otherwise. She drained her glass and pushed her teacup aside. So tell me, Mr. Taurus, what is it that Rizia wants from Morella? You are aware of our present difficulties with Zeal Reach, and we would ask that your aid in taking it back from Wehlen. I want you to marry me by bringing back the tradition of intermarriage between your nation and my kingdom. We will re-establish our dominion over South Marcopa. Can I marry her? She nearly spat her tea across the table. Dude, 6'7"? For real. I know that one. Do you realize what year it is? I was joking. Shame on you for believing I would only see a powerful female leader as marriage material. Yeah, strategic merit with the Rumburian mark. So yes, I thought you were serious. I'm going to have a lot of trouble taking you seriously going forward. And any actual demands? I've heard great things about Morella-built aircraft. I would like some for the Rizian Air Force. That can be arranged, not for free, but we'll give you a good price on our best stock. If there's a specific reason why you're interested in strengthening your Air Force right now. We need a strong military if our kingdom is to assert our relevance in the 20th century. It is Rizia's system of governments that needs to be brought into the modern age, not its artillery. But I understand the need to keep peace. We've stepped up our own military efforts, and Kinal and Dairdia have increased theirs. Any other wishes? Be aware of our present difficulties with the Zeal region. We would ask you aid in taking it back. From Wehlen. She folded her arms. If Rizia had allowed its revolution to succeed as it should have, you wouldn't be having this problem. Wehlen's intervention was my father's idea, not mine. My duty is to ensure that peaceful transfer of Zeal come back to Rizia. She looked at me thoughtfully. You do seem to be more enlightened breed of monarch. Alright, what kind of aid would you ask of us? Only your diplomatic support. We need as many countries as possible to speak against Wehlen's decision. She paused. There is nothing I would like more than to condemn Victor Schmolek and his one-man reign of terror on an international stage, but we'd be taking a risk. UC is still backing Wehlen through all this. You are not in the CSP, Miss Sultania. You don't need to worry about the UC's opinion. Not yet. I don't want to close off that possibility, but I will think about it. Was there anything else? That's it. Which will Morella agree? That depends, Mr. Torres. We are planning on meeting a limited number of your demands in addition to offering you a 20% share in the new ITS. But if you forego that share entirely, as Vogland has done, we'll gladly make it worth your while. What if I wanted to buy Lesbia share alongside Rizia's? Giving your kingdom a 40% stake in the restructuring of MITs. In that case, Mr. Torres, Morella would be a country making the demand. When am I gonna end the stream? I usually end around 9 o'clock, so in an hour. The waiter came by and took away our empty teacups. Sultania waited until he was gone, then looked at me. Tell me, does Rizia wish to purchase a share in the nationalized MITs or not? First, let's talk about what Rizia would have to do to buy Lesbia's share. She nodded. I'll humor you, Mr. Torres. First of all, we are still interested in an energy deal with Rizia, but one where we have more control over the terms and prices. We would also ask that you contribute a small sum of money towards the rehabilitation of the Arfwed watershed. One more thought. If we require assistance in dealing with the Duridians' attempt to infiltrate our borders... I'm not interested in angering the Supreme Wiseman. You wouldn't have to make him angry. Ozma refused to talk to me. Can you guess why? Because you're a woman. Exactly. The Supreme Wiseman refuses to negotiate with female leaders, but I have a hunch he will respect a king and a fellow Rushist. We both walk in the light of the 6 stars, surely we'll be able to find common ground. One would think. Does that mean you're interested in purchasing Lesbia's share? I still want Rizia to have Lesbia's share. She narrowed her eyes. You're as cutthroat as the lesbians in your own way. I can't decide whether I admire it or not. I'm close to 10,000. Say Rizzy? It's Rizzy. The details will have to be worked out with the help of my ministers and your counselors. This is too formal an arrangement to be signed over tea, I'm afraid. But thank you for coming to the table, literally and figuratively. Hello, Rafa. What's up? Kaiser, indeed. You got a jump scare with my voice? Boo! This marks a new start for both our countries. I look forward to working more closely together. You'll mostly be hearing from my cabinet. I prefer not to make unilateral decisions. She stood up and pushed her chair back. Feel free to take a biscuit to the trip home if you'd like. Thank you for the offer, but I'm very full. Next time, then. We left the tea house and joined our guards outside. Alright, I gotta hold on to some capital and some energy. RNC campaign closing events turnout outshines the RPP. Election campaign comes to an end. The Bronaz. RPP closes campaign in Bronaz. RNC closes campaign in Monkeys. On the return flight, a worker strike. In air, over the Morellian-Rizian border. I got shot down, brother. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Uncle Munich. What's up? Chill, RPG. Starts a war? I don't know. Yeah, for real. I took my first class seat in the plane that had been chartered for my return flight from Morella. It struck me how much more comfortable this jet was than the ones we had in Rizia. Looking outside of the window, I could see Argno and the mountains. The future of our relationship with Morella and the Mitts was in my head. I took a look at the papers in front of me. In exchange for the following concessions, Rizia will take over the stake of the nationalized Meftian International Trade Zone that would otherwise be offered to Lesbia, bringing its total share to 40%. Select at least one of the options. I would speak with Dardy on Morella's behalf. I reviewed the agreement once more before signing it. The pilot announced that our descent into Port Trizon had begun. I fastened my seatbelt. The Orioles won! The Orioles won. What was I doing to that Dubai chocolate shake? Buddy, I was fucking fingering that Dubai chocolate shake. Honest to God, though, that chocolate shake was so mid. It was definitely not worth the price. Not at all, man. It was so okay. It was the most okay chocolate shake I've ever had. I don't really get the point of, like, Dubai chocolate shake. It's just, like, toasted coconut over, like, pistachio and chocolate, right? Just give me a chocolate shake. It's not worth it, brother. It's not worth it. Unless they start hiding Labubus inside the fucking chocolate shake, then I'm not buying another one. How old am I? 27. The Grand Sanctuary construction faces the timber shortage. The construction of the expansions to the south is nearest Grand Sanctuary is experiencing setbacks due to a critical shortage of quality timber. With the current high market demand for timber, obtaining the necessary resources has become a challenge. The options to address this include seeking alternative timber sources, though possibly at a higher cost. Another is using different construction materials, thus ensuring the sanctuary's aesthetic and spiritual integrity remains intact. Alternatively, the project could be delayed until the timber market stabilizes. Let's wait until timber is available. Put it on hold for now. It's okay. Follow up on the Mitts and Morella negotiation. Here we go! Orioles 4, White Sox 1. Yeah, yep, see? The White Sox, they don't have it in them. They do not have it in them. Hello, Berthold. You've heard my voice from somewhere. Really? Interesting. I've never heard my voice anywhere before. I would love to know, though. You hate reading dialogues, Rafa? Ugh, I much prefer reading than managing resources. Not long after my return from Morella, Elena and Lorento requested a meeting with me. Prime Minister Sultania's ministers had sent feedback following our MITS negotiations. The future of the trade zone now hung in the balance. We convened in the council chambers. My counselor greeted me with smiles on their faces. Your Majesty, I hope you rested from your trip. Barely, but it'll have to do. I do hope you can rest more easily after today's meeting. As do I, Your Majesty. Lorento shuffled through some documents. How old am I? 27. The Morellan Foreign Ministry has completed their review of our draft proposal for the nationalized MITs. Unfortunately, they find our offer insufficient. They ask that we agree to 3 of the demands Miss Sultania mentioned in the meeting. What do you think? Should I give in? Elena and Lorento looked at each other. With our access to the Arias field secured, we should be able to follow through on an energy agreement with Morella. As part of the deal, Miss Sultania is asking for immediate construction of a pipeline from Rizia to Morella. The energy partnership will come into full effect when it's completed. But it's your decision, Your Majesty. Should we make additional concessions? I'm willing to make more concessions. Elena raised her pen to begin taking notes. Yes, Your Majesty. We will begin construction of the pipeline. Elena made a note on what I'd said. Perfect. Lorento, I assume you'll notify Prime Minister Sultania at once. Absolutely, Miss Werner. Barring any unexpected unpleasantness, we can expect both Morella and Volksland to support this arrangement at the next board meeting. It'll be 3 against 1. I confess I'm not looking forward to Prime Minister Alvarez's reaction. He would have done the same to us, I'm sure. Lorento still looked troubled. He's right, Lorento. Rizia and Lesbia were never going to be on the same side. I suppose not. While we have you here, a word on pails. He nodded to Elena. Right, yes. Rizia Oil and Gas is finishing up work on the pipeline that will carry gas from the Arias field to Rizia. Once drilling begins next year, we can expect high returns, even factoring in the royalties we paid to Pails. There's one small snag. The Pelesians are requesting that we send diplomatic liaison to Castle Reinhardt to oversee the last stages of the deal. Evidently, our willingness to work with Morella on a nationalization plan got the Duke worried. A reasonable request, as long as it's not for too long. It should only be a short while, Your Majesty. Don't we already have a diplomatic envoy in Pails? Can we use them? We certainly could, but Reinhardt's ministers have hinted that he would prefer the presence of a higher-level individual. This seems like a mostly symbolic position geared towards someone young, energetic and quick-witted. Someone who commands respect, but is able to lead the capital for 6 months stretch without affecting government operations. He and Elena slowly turned to look at each other, realization dawned on their faces, but we do know the Duke enjoys the company of the fair sex. Say no more, I'll talk to Vina. I'm certain Her Highness would be a great help, Your Majesty, but it's up to you and the Princess, of course. You don't have to make the decision right away, but the Pelesians are expected an answer soon. I'll speak with Vina and let you know what she says. No, we want Vina to get fucked by this guy. That way he and her can get married and we can get Pails back. Me when I use my daughter as like a bargaining chip. So cool, so cool. Hello, Alex. Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Majesty. We've gone long past our allotted time. Why don't we call it a day? An excellent suggestion as usual, Miss Werner. The 3 of us wrapped up our meeting and went our separate ways. Alright, and I guess we're building a pipeline to Morella now. That's the Square's gas field expansion is taking forever. The Republic of Morella has a lot to say. There's the pipeline, okay. Construction begins on the Rizia Morella energy pipeline. The work is expected to take 2 years. The Arfeld rehabilitation begins in earnest. Excellent. Sultania promises the MITS agreement support. Rizia and Morella relationship improves. The deal proves Sultania has influence. Rizia and Morella agree on pollution reparations. Morella and Rizia sign an energy agreement, and Enraka emerges as a buffer zone and global trade power. Indeed. Morella gas exports. Trade deal with Morella. Excellent. Assault on the Rizian citizens by Sortish tourists. The peaceful streets of Valanquir have been shaken by the scandalous incidents. A group of Sortish tourists have been accused of brutally assaulting a Rizian citizen. This event has sparked a heated debate across the nation. Public outcry demands justice, while diplomatic considerations urge a more measured response. The decision on how to handle these foreign tourists could strain Rizian-Sortish relations and set up a precedent for future international incidents. Bring the Sortish tourists to justice in Rizia. I finally have an authority point. Please tell me I can use it on anything. Anything to fucking increase my authority, man. Please. Please, anything. Oh my god. It's over. Rizia's stance against the foreign aggression. Rizia chooses justice over diplomacy in the Valanquir incident. That'll probably come back to bite me. Monteclar. General Azara visits the Reclamation War Museum. Visit to Square's gas field. Finally. What the hell is taking this thing so long? I had Vina on a yacht trip from Topes out to view the Esquiros gas field. I was curious how progress on the expansion I'd ordered was coming along, and it had been a long time since my daughter and I had talked. The Rizania was anchored a few hundred meters offshore. I stood on the aft deck awaiting Vina's funeral. Claiming she was tired of being hounded by the press, she'd asked to take a dinghy incognito from a nearby port. As the small craft pulled up alongside my yacht, I realized my daughter wasn't alone. Hello, Nishimiya! What's up, what's up? Welcome, welcome. Welcome back. Ishmael! Hello, Ishmael! What's up? She secured the boat and climbed out to join me on the deck, followed by Mana Suzerain. Manus bowed to two of them regarding me nervously. Relax, Mr. Suzerain. I know coming here wasn't your idea. Oh! Am I about to crash the yacht into the city? I think so. I think I am about to crash the yacht into the city. He broke into a smile. Your daughter is a hard woman to say no to, but you know that more than I do. I wanted a chance for the three of us to speak in private, out of the way of the press. Manus cleared his throat. There are certain conversations regarding Rizia's direction that have yet to be followed up on. Good idea. We three have a lot to talk about. For sure. Yes, we do. The yacht pulled up anchor and we began our journey back to Esquiros Field. As we ascended to the upper deck, I noted the Rizian's shabby state of repairs. The paint was peeling in places and had a few fixtures were rusted. The yacht has seen better days. It's a sight grander than the schooner my mother and I used to putter around in. You're too polite. The Rizania hasn't been restored since my mother died. But our country shouldn't have to pay for the upkeep of the king's luxury vessel, don't you think so, Mr. Suzerain? Ah, well, if the king sees the utility in maintaining such a craft, I would not dare oppose him. Omega lol. We settled around a table on the upper deck. A server came around the orange juice and light refreshment. Let me see. Hang on. Let me refresh this. And then, like, sign back in, I think? No. Okay, gotcha. I looked around. We surrounded by open ocean with the gas field yet to come into view. So, Father, Your Majesty, uh-oh. They looked at each other and laughed. Spit it out, you two. Manus nodded at my daughter. Well, Father, I don't think it's a secret that the two of us connected in Salabis. We've been corresponding since then and speaking on the phone when we've had time. I confess I withheld my feelings at first, fearing reprisal from the king, yet the more we spoke and wrote, the more I realized what a fool I'd be to walk away from such a beautiful, inspiring woman. Vina blushed furiously. We both know better than a rush into marriage, but it is our hope that you will give us our blessing in this relationship. Nope, absolutely not. Vina struggled to remain calm. And why not, Father? Because of Pales. She looked at me in confusion. What about Pales? They're requesting a diplomatic liaison for our gas deal. I said I knew just the woman for the job. Really? She hesitated. Are you sure they'd want me, Father? I've never carried out any diplomatic duties before. If you can serve on the council, you can do this. It's good preparation for being queen. I'd love to. Vertical has surpassed the cursedness. Well, they'll either burn themselves out, or I will find a way to tamp down on it. She looked at Manus. He reached over and squeezed her hand reassuringly. It's a wonderful opportunity, Your Highness. You should take it. I would only ask that we refrain from publicizing the relationship until Vina's return. Manus reached over and squeezed Vina's hand. She sighed. I suppose we've waited this long. For you, Your Highness. I would wait an eternity. They embraced tightly. A content silence descended. After a while, faint industrial noises began puncturing the quiet. We were nearing the Esquiros Field. Come, let all three of us behold the majestic gas extraction capabilities of the Kingdom of Rizia. Manus and Vina nodded at each other, then got up from their seats and walked to the ship's bow. Theodore, why do you hate my wife? I don't have a wife in this run. I don't have a wife in this run. Your brain... Oh, we're playing, this is Suzerain. The game's name is Suzerain. Even in its partially completed state, the expanded gas field was a sight to behold. Yellow-vested construction workers swarmed over a towering set of metallic drilling rigs, connected by a labyrinth of platforms, cables, and pipelines. This investment had better be worth it. Worth the destruction of marine habitats, I hope so too. Mana squeezed your shoulder. You'd rather we go back to coal and oil. This is the cleanest, safest energy source out there. It may not be perfect, but it's progress. Vina nudged him. And, speaking of progress, while it's just the three of us, may I take the opportunity to follow up on our conversation about reforming the country? Yeah, I was wondering when we get to that. Eat paper for 50 minutes would be crazy. Gotcha, Spider. Boo! Ah! Our opinions on the subject may differ, but in the end, all three of us share the same goal. Indeed, for the royal family to shed our legislative responsibilities while keeping our wealth and status. They looked at each other. Vina gave a small nod. Precisely, Your Majesty, and in doing so, we can finally empower the citizens of the kingdom. We both believe that this can be accomplished without fundamentally disrupting Rizia's societal structure. Yes, the royal family and the noble houses should guide Rizians through the transition, not abandon them to it. Yes, ideally, but ideals often shatter against reality. Only if we let them. We'd reached the far edge of the gas field. The yacht creaked as little as it began to turn around. We can get into specifics later, but it is safe to say that any meaningful reform will require a delegation of legislative control by the king. We must proceed carefully. I wouldn't want any of the noble houses getting in the way. Exactly. We need a bigger reform movement in Rizia before we can make any major changes. We will. I have a plan. As long as the RNC holds a parliament majority, they will oppose our attempts at reform, and your Grand Vizier or any of the nobles could use that as justification to oust you from the throne. He rested his elbows on the ship's railing. On the other hand, if the Rizian People's Party were in power, you would have a much easier time of it, and as you know, there is an election coming up. If you win, you'll be the head puppets in our puppet parliament. How will that change anything? You want me to rig the election? That doesn't sound like you. This system's already rigged. We're asking you to unrig it. Listen, the makeup of the House of Delegates is determined by the outcome of provincial council elections, right? But as long as the province's ruling nobles appoint half the councillors themselves, overriding the people's wishes, the monarchists in the RNC will always have an unfair advantage. Vina nodded in agreement. Take away the power and the House of Delegates will truly be a parliament of the people. All you have to do is expand the election process to apply to all provincial council appointees. What if the RNC is what the people really want? Members of all three noble houses might lose their council position, including House Suzerain, by the way. I know, but if the electorate doesn't want them there, they don't deserve to be there. Just imagine, Father. Haven't you always wanted to know what everyone really thinks of us? Exactly. Only when the Rizian royalty becomes part of the ordinary society can we bring everybody together. I understand it will not be easy to pass a decree of this magnitude, but if we want it done for the elections, we may need your help. I'm not sold on making such a sweeping change. Is there anything else I can do to give your party success? Manus' expression turned thoughtful. You've allowed the voice of Rizia to resume publication. That alone will sway many people to our side. I have one idea. My party has millions of sympathizers in Rizias who cannot vote for us because they are not citizens. You have the power to allow them to be naturalized Rizians. Now you're really trying to get me overthrown. Now you're really trying to get me overthrown. The high-ranking members of your house won't like it, but the rest of Rizia will. Such an act wouldn't only benefit my party, you know. Quite a few Rumburgians and ethnic Mogs will offer the Rizian National Coalition. But if we start mobilizing the Weshik, Darity, and Morellan base now, we should get enough votes to come out on top. What do you think of this, Vina? Vina straightened her back. I think it's long overdue, and it's the fastest way to get Mr. Sezon's party into power, but at the same time, I confess I'm worried about increasing numbers of Galkandists and Dasneridists participating in elections. What if it sets back progress we've made on women's rights? A legitimate concern, my daughter. Manus gave her a confident smile. Vina, as long as I'm still Speaker of the RPP, I will preserve the gender equality laws your great-grandmother made. Would you be a Swordlandian or a Rizian? I'd be a Swordlandian personally, Graham. I have no connection to, like, Rizia's culture, like, at all. You two have given me a lot to consider. Manus nodded earnestly. Take your time, Your Majesty. Please call me Dad. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. When you mentioned help earlier, whom or what did you mean? Right, about that. His features contorted as he thought about how to answer. House Sezon is unfortunately not an option. My family supports the RPP's platform, but won't want to risk losing their delegate seats. However, there are corporate interests in Rizia who have expressed their support for the cause, ones unaffiliated with the noble house. I knew you two were in league. I knew you two were in league. Father, Manus, who are we talking about? Manus gave Vina an apology. Russelo Montaro and Rizian Royal Gold. I see. Can he be trusted? I trust that he'll help us, but not without demanding something in return. Oh, that I have no doubt. I'm sorry, but I didn't bring this up earlier, to be honest. I'm not on the fence of involving Mr. Montaro myself. You could have told me, love. I always knew this plan would involve compromise. I'm open to involving Rusty in our reform plan. I turned my gaze forward. The coast of Topes was starting to come into view. I'll head out on a dinghy before we reach port. Wouldn't want anyone getting the wrong idea. I'm collaborating with the opposition? Heaven forbid. With luck, Your Majesty, I won't be the opposition for long. He turned to look at Vina's eyes. I hope you're ready to come home to a House Speaker, Your Highness. The House Speaker and an accomplished diplomat. Quite a power couple. Manus kissed her passionately, then swiftly made his exit down the stairs. Hopefully not. I heard the thrum of a dinghy's engine, then a metallic clunk as it detached from the yacht's docking platform. Hello, Asher Loves Purple, what's up? Vina slumped against the bow's railing. I'd rarely seen her this forlorn. Pining over a man? That's not the Vina I know. Nor the Vina I know, but what can I do? We stood there for a while, watching the little boat as it disappeared towards the shore. Princess Vina takes diplomatic assignment in Pales. Rufus Gregg's royal gossip Vixel to become an item? Royal yacht restoration? Scrap and sell the boat. Scrap the fucking boat and sell it, dude. I can't use that at all. Next chapter. Please kill me, dude. I still have no authority. Hello, Quasar. What's up? How do I feel about this politic? It sucks. I'm doing so poorly. It feels like I'm doing poorly. I mean, we're still moving along, but I can't do anything. I can't make any decisions because I have no authority, you know? Let me see. It's a welfare tick? Revoke the free press. Like, look at all these things I could be building, you know, but I don't have any authority to build it. This is why I need to give up control. This is why I need to give up control I need to give up, royal control over all this, so I can fucking get the government to build it instead of me. Millions of Rizians head to the poll. Citizens, today is your chance to vote for change. Expansion of the Grand Sanctuary has been completed. Arch Sanctuary restored to its former glory. Global media campaign proposal in Cairo. The kingdom faces a strategic opportunity to enhance its global standing through significant media campaign. Centered in Constantium, Cairo is known for being a hub of diplomatic activity and international lobbying. This initiative aims to positively transform Rizia's international perception, leveraging its location amidst the world embassies and influential markets. Give me a small media campaign. Oh, my fucking authority went back up. Jesus. Why do they hate me, man? Hail Stream, taps ready to be opened. We're ready to open these gosh darn. The man who changed Rizia. Yeah. We got the Pale Stream. I guess the Pale Stream's back open. High military manpower pool. That's good. Let's see. Average power projection. Finally. We don't have a low power projection anymore. Our military's finally built up enough. Last time was commies. What's this one, Quasar? This run, we're democratic, I guess, more than anything. I would say we are not necessarily liberal democratic, but like oligarchy democratic. Like capitalist democratic. Why my soul? Good morning, Saja. What's up? Growing by the second. So it would seem, Graham. So it would seem. Inflation fetish? Pyro inflation fetish? Public transportation on time performance downgraded. We missed the train. It's not too late to catch up. Not too late to catch up with the train. Train somehow got even later. I have no capital. Functioning transportative system. Overcrowded public transportation. Your mom, dude. Your mom. We have 7 energy, though. We can sell energy, but we have no authority to invest it into anything. Millennialist workers' strike halts the city. Disperse the protest. Let businesses handle the strike themselves. Promise better protections for workers. Ooh, I can force decrees? Oh, I can promise a force decree. A neutral Dasneris community? Fucking finally! God, how long did it take to do that? My authority just jumped back up. Now I have no income. Strike leader talks of union. That's a lot of decisions. The charity football match, printing scandal. Hello, Hunter Tyler. What's up, man? How's it going? Would you get caught for what crime on purpose? On purpose? I guess, you know, here in America, it's like really expensive and kind of awful all the time, especially if you're old. And one of the bigger tactics to use here in America, if you're like elderly and you have no money, is to walk into a bank and then rob the bank, but don't do anything bad. Just tell them that you're robbing the bank, and then wait for the government to show up. That way they can throw you in jail. Because prisoners have like free healthcare, and like they get 3 meals a day. So it's basically like an old person home. Prison is basically like an old person home here in America now. It's very funny. So I guess when I run out of money when I'm older, I would just do that. A controversial printing house has released pamphlets critiquing the strict teachings of Dasnerity, sparking outrage among the clergy. Protests are growing, which demands to shut down the operation and confiscate blasphemous material. Find the printing house, send police to disperse the demand. It's free expression. Chill, girl. Chill. Kingdom affirms rights and order. Beach survives the fire. The desecration of a sanctuary. The group of atheist radicals. What the fuck? Why do I have Redditors? Why are there Redditors in my country? Destroying relics and defiling its walls with anti-religious slogans, the clergy call for protection in religious sites and justice for those responsible, even as protests continue to grow. Denounce the act and call for unity. Punish and arrest the secular groups, send police to disperse the ruthless protesters, blame the radical reformists. Denounce the act, call for unity. The clergy call for protections of religious sites. Denounce it. Call for unity. Call for unity, Doctor, I'm calling for unity. Religious sanctuaries completion celebrated. Oh, that's because we finally completed all our constructions that took the beginning of the game. My goodness. Prisons make someone worse than they already are. That is true, Graham. You're not gonna believe this, but most Americans are already awful. Hello, Zip. What's up? He's gonna mew. I'm mewing. You gotta go, Alex. Gotcha. Thanks for stopping in, man. Thanks for hanging out. Our nation rejoices as the restoration of the Plavo Sanctuary and the expression of the Salabas Grand Sanctuary reach completion. These projects are not just architectural feats, but beacons of faith for the Rushist and Dasnurus communities alike. Their completion marks a significant step in nurturing the Nurity faith and promises to elevate the happiness of our religious citizens. There is place for all branches of Nurity in Rizia. Let it be known. Even the Golcondists. It's time for the charity football match. Oh, is it like a new year? Is that why everything got fucking completed finally? It's a new year? Jesus Christ. Monteclar. It's time for a football game. It's time for a game of footy. Time for a game of footy. My motorcade pulled up to the VIP entrance of the royal grounds of Monteclar, an unmarked blue door tucked discreetly around the corner from the main gates. Today's match was a friendly one. Taking place outside the regular championship season, its purpose was to raise awareness for polio vaccination. Still, it was between Real Monteclar and FC Port Tresson, the fiercest rivalry in Rizian football, so both spirits and tensions were high. As usual, Real Monteclar was the hands-down favorite to win, but both they and FC Port Tresson had been playing exceptionally well this past season. Only Titus was accompanying me today. Mother and Pablo were presiding over a luncheon for a lesser Rumburgian dignitary in Port Tresson. Hugo declined to attend out of solidarity for his favorite team, Royal FC Valanquir. Oh my god. Ooh, sorry. As for Vina, she departed for Pales a week ago. The Herald had published impressive-looking photos of her welcoming ceremony at Castle Reinhardt. We welcomed at the entrance by the team's representatives and the head of the stadium security. After a round of introductions, they ushered us through a series of back passages towards the Royal Tribune. Which teams are you pulling for, Captain? Titus nearly stopped in his tracks. Port Tresson, of course, Your Majesty. I used to dream about playing for them before I found my calling in the boxing ring. Loyalty, Integrity, FCPD. Monteclar. To pitch our battlefield, our feet, our swords. Gross. What a call-out. As king, I must remain impartial. I should cheer on both teams with equal enthusiasm. With equal enthusiasm. A difficult task, I don't envy you. We emerged into the daylight as the Rizian national anthem blared from the stadium speakers announcing the king's entrance. Once my eyes adjusted, I saw that the stands were packed top to bottom with thousands of football fans. All of them were on their feet applauding me. Wave. I waved to the crowd, the cheers grew louder. Most of the guests in the tribune were House Cesaro nobles, clad in Rio Monteclar's blue and yellow. I spotted Lucita front and center next to a frail, hunched-over man in a wheelchair. It took me a moment to realize that this was her father, General Tadeus. Just as our eyes met, I was whisked away to my own seat a few rows above them. A stadium attendant rushed to bring me refreshments. The faculties here were a little outdated, but the historic atmosphere couldn't be beat. As I took in the view, I noticed a red-haired figure weaving his way towards me. Let's see now. Row 5, seat 2, 3. Here we are. Best seat in the house. Would you look at that? If it isn't our boy. Rusty bowed hurriedly before lowering himself into the seat beside mine. Pleasure to see you again, Mr. Montaro. What brings you here? Same thing as you, Your Majesty. I'm here to watch some football. A bell rang to signal the start of ceremonies. The spotlight shone onto the center of the field where one of Rizia's leading polio scientists made an introductory speech. Towards the end of it, she thanked the royal government for constructing the Ramos Torres Hospital. I rose from my seat to receive the crowd's applause. She concluded with sincere expression of gratitude for the philanthropist who donated a record sum ahead of today's match, Rosello Montero, via his Heart of Gold Foundation. Rusty politely stood up as the stadium's clapping intensified. Oh, I could sell energy. Ooh. Well done, Mr. Montaro. Lives will be saved due to your generosity. Not the life that mattered most to me. I have had a little girl, Julia. She caught the summer plague back in the 30s, didn't live to see her first birthday. She'd be just about Princess Vina's age now. He wiped his eyes. The person I loved the most in the world was taken before her time, too. I know exactly how you feel. I've made a lot of enemies in my life, but... Oh, you're taking off? Taking off, great creator? See you then. Thanks for stopping in. But losing a child, I wouldn't wish it on any of them. You know who's really been making breakthroughs and researching this thing? The brainiacs at Harkard University, Arcasia. Our conversation was interrupted by a short brass fanfare. At the top of the stands, a group of spectators unfurled a banner reading, RNC 54, tradition is our goal. See, if Rizia paid as much attention to science as we did to this election hullabaloo... This year's elections are more important than ever. I've been wanting to speak with you precisely about that topic. One thing at a time. Over the stadium's loudspeakers, a commentator began reciting some statistics about the past season. Kickoff was still 15 minutes away. So regarding the RRG, you're not really thinking of giving it to those strikers in Argno, are you? Argno. You're just gonna have to compromise on this one issue. I underestimated the strength of our workers' movement. These people are calling out for change, and if they don't get it, there'll be riots in the streets. My words were just that. Words. The strikers' movement will fizzle out before I have to deliver on my promise. Good, good. He sat back in his chair with relief. Unless there's too many of them to overpower. I'm guessing you've heard about the ringleader Sotoletto. Fancies himself a regular Melionev Jr. We need a young, charismatic figure who can offer a less extreme alternative. Manus Saison, perhaps. Rusty peered at me cautiously. Interesting choice. Ooh. Hello, Lighton. Hello, Light Neon. What's up? Hello, Scooby-Doo. Keep going, you gotta go to bed? Gotcha, man. He shifted his weight forward. You want my advice? Keep these folks reasonably happy, give them less objectionable cause to get behind, and they'll stop asking for so much. Wise words. I'll take them to heart. I'd never steer you wrong, Your Majesty. Our conversation was interrupted by a loud roar from the tribune. The real Monteclar players were jogging out into the field. In front of me, Lucita sprang to her feet. The pitch! Our battlefield! I didn't say anything. The other Azaras in the tribune completed the motto, our feet, our swords. As the team formed a line, Lucita animatedly paced back and forth, nearly knocking over her father's wheelchair as she did so. Whew, you sure she's a duchess? Would you like an introduction? No thanks, I know trouble when I see it. He swiveled in his seat to face me. Now where were we? Ah yes, the future of our cooperation. Tell me, Your Majesty, how can we work together? I was planning to create and reform the Rizian voting process. Can you help me pass before the next House of Delegates election? Holy shit. Supporting the reformist movement, starting by assisting the Rizian People's Party election campaign. Need your help supporting the reformist movement, starting by assisting the RPP election campaign. Well, 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 he rubbed his hands together. Promise the reformer. I knew it. Don't get too excited. I intend for the nobles of this country to keep most of their privilege. Long as you give the underdogs more of a fighting chance. Listen, Your Majesty, I certainly am sympathetic to the reformist cause, and if you're looking for a source of funding that can't be traced back to the crown, look no further. A couple of greased palms, some strategic ad placements, and the election is all but won. Plus, if it really comes down to it, I've got friends in high places. He nodded towards the tribune door where his Arcasian bodyguard Antoinin was standing with his arms folded. What's your connection to the Arcasia and the ATO? He shrugged cavalierly. RRG has entrusted Arcasia with some of our most valuable patents. In exchange, the Arcasians have taken it upon themselves to assist with our personal security, tit for tat. We have to proceed with caution. I won't be unveiling my plans to the public until the time is right. And what of Lesbia? There's one ATO member state that isn't happy with Rizia at the moment. Don't you worry about Lesbia. The hint of grimace on his face was quickly replaced with grin. What I really want to know, Your Majesty, is what Rusty's place will be in your new world order. Sounds like you have a position in mind. Well, now that you mention it, I was thinking something along the lines of, I don't know, Minister of Finance? Absolutely. What are your qualifications? Glad you asked, he puffed out his chest. Someone like Elna Werner, don't get me wrong. She's a fine dame, but to her, the numbers in her ledger are just that, numbers. Whereas me, I live and breathe business. I know what's at stake. I know that for millions of Rizians, those numbers could be the difference between eating dinner and going hungry. More to the point, your reforms could open up a whole world of opportunities for Rizia in the finance arena. Get me in your cabinet, you won't have to miss out on a single one of them. I'll consider your request. All due respect, Your Majesty, but changing the Constitution is risky business. You want me to go all in? I'm gonna need more than consideration. A whistle blew, the players from FC Port Trizon began entering the stadium. The applause for them was much more subdued than their rivals. Somewhere behind me, Titus let out a loud whoop of encouragement. Almost time, Your Majesty. What do you say, one for the underdogs? Let's do it. If the reforms succeed, you'll be in charge of Rizia's new economic direction. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I like the sound of that. Hope you're ready for the Rizian People's Party to make history. Hope you've been enjoying my loan, by the way. Remember, there's always more where that came from. Now back to what we're here for. On the pitch, the FC Port Trizon players had finished lining up. The game was about to begin. An announcement came over the loudspeakers. Today's special guest, King Rhombus Tornus, was invited to kick off the game. Titus, get me out onto the field. Rusty smiled approvingly as Titus helped me out of my seat. Go get him, Your Majesty. In the blink of an eye, my guard led me from the Royal Tribune down to ground level. I took my place right beside the two teams, Monteclar, Port Trizon to my right. The players stared at me in open awe that their king was standing so close to them. The referee blew his whistle. Kick the ball forward. I kicked the ball directly forward. Monteclar's midfielder immediately intercepted it and gameplay began. Titus approached and swiftly escorted me off the field. Very well done, Your Majesty. That must have been a dream come true for you. Just one of my royal duties. Nothing special about it. I went back to my seat to watch the rest of the game. It ended in a 1-1 tie between the two teams. But the results didn't count. The proper season had yet to begin. Omega lol, dude. Fucking Omega lol. Omega lol. Special guest highlight of Monteclar charity match. Indeed. Indeed. Indeed, indeed. Rizian People's Party makes gains at the polls. Excellent. The Guild of Royal Allies. Venedisian requests expeditionary forces in the Civil War. The Confederacy now requests more direct military involvement from its Grace allies. I'm going to withhold support. I am going to distance myself from Grace. Grace Nation Council. United Nations commit support to Venedisian. Your mom, dude. Your mom. Cabin Sanctam, increasingly isolated. Monteclar. Meeting with the Royal Council in Port Trizon. The exile of Arento Zanteno. Reports from Monteclar indicate that Arento, a Galcondis cleric, was forcibly removed from Arusha's sanctuary after attempting to pray there. This incident has stirred unrest among Galcondis communities, who are demanding recognition and assurance for their fair treatment. Call for respect and harmony. Crown urges peaceful dialogue. A call for calm or a lack of conviction? Your mom, brother. Your mom. Alright, let's meet with our Royal Council. Sleep with socks on or not, Graham? No. Not for me. I prefer to sleep naked. I try to sleep on with as little as clothes as possible. I walked into the council chambers. The councilors were already seated and waiting for me. As Titus closed the door behind us, the council members all stood up and bowed in respect. Councilors? Nod. I nodded and took my seat in silence. Your Majesty. Before I begin in earnest, we must acknowledge the results of the recent House of Delegates election. He had a dour look on his face. In a historic first of our kingdom, the RPP won the majority of seats. By unanimous vote, Mana Cezanne was named House Speaker. How could this happen? You know as well as I, his expression darkened. I wouldn't be surprised if House Suzerain had a hand in manipulating the voting results, with some aid from the so-called free press, of course. The delegates are still far away from the levers of power. They can't actually do anything. No, not for now, but moving on to other news. He gestured at Elena. Miss Warner has some important reports to share about our current energy situation. I'll let her speak. Thank you, Your Grace. I'll start with an overview of our energy situation. Luckily, we are still producing enough energy to meet our demands and stay above the balance. She placed a stack of papers on the table. Did I do what I wanted to do? We're getting closer. We're getting closer. I don't want to jump into constitutional reform just yet, you know? I don't want to... I think the nobles will absolutely have something to say about that if we immediately implement a democracy, you know? So I think we'll probably push it out for longer. We'll see how it goes, though. Based on our current deals and promises, including our projected energy production, we will be able to meet the demand of our industries if our current projects succeed. Do you have any suggestion on how to improve our energy situation? One suggestion I have is to sign the plans for the Zapna hydroelectric dam. Not only will it provide some relief for our energy industry, it has strategic value as a renewable alternative. Vast stretches of Rizia remain unexplored where resources are concerned. Commissioning a mining survey could uncover their potential. Experts say we could have untapped coal deposits in the south, for example, and then there's the Arias gas field. Therefore, it is very important that we sign the official treaty as soon as possible and make our purchase recognized. Florento nodded. What about our future energy production? Fortunately, at the moment, our energy demands are being met, but we have additional projects that are being predicted more energy returns from. Thanks to Your Majesty's decision to expand the Asquarius gas field, our facilities in Asquarius will be able to continue their production with no problems and with a higher output than we had before it was finished. More importantly, there is the issue with the disputed Arias gas field. Predicted gas output from the field is of immense value. I believe the Duke is respecting our purchase deal. So far, we have worked in cooperation to prepare our side of the field for extraction. As negotiated with the Duke, the entire rights will be officially transferred to us after we sign the official treaty. Is the output from Arias enough to support our energy demands? We own the rights to the entire field. That's enough energy to supply us for decades to come. Now that preliminary drilling is almost complete, I am confident that we will be reaping the benefits sooner than later. Do you have any questions, Your Majesty? Thank you, Miss Warner. That would be all. Excellent. Hello, Freaky. What's up? We also have some news from Mr. Esquibel regarding Pales in the Arias gas field. According to Princess Venus' latest communication, the date to finalize our purchase of the rights to Arias has been set. We'll be meeting Duke Reinhardt in 2 months. Our Peletian counterparts are very pleased with the outcome of their meetings with Her Highness, and are looking forward to making the deal official. I must congratulate you again, Your Majesty, for brokering this purchase. We've secured Rizia's energy future and improved relations with Pales in one fell swoop. I'm hoping this will reflect well for peace in the region. It surely will, Your Majesty. Lucida's arms were folded. She hadn't spoken up in a while. What do you think about this deal, Duchess Azaro? She quickly uncrossed her arms. If I may speak honestly, I was against this purchase from the start. It is a signal to our neighbors that Rizia is willing to pay any price to avoid conflict. We're not even desperate for energy. How much will our enemies be able to squeeze out of us when we actually need something? Nothing is set in stone until I sign that contract. I saw a glint in Lucida's eyes. If there are no other comments, that was the extent of the news from my side. I believe it's time to wrap this up. Everyone stood up and bowed. I left the chambers. I walked to the royal quarters of the palace. That was okay. House of Delegates, look at this. Holy shit, the RNC is... Oh my god, by only like 4 seats, man. The RPP takes the win. RPP claims majority. Democracy triumphs. Schmolak condemns the Arcasian soldiers in Lesbia. Okay, so do I have to buy it? So should I save up, like, capital or something? Pales Logistics Hub in Mermy? Anton Rain congratulates the RPP. Anton fucking Rain. What are you doing in charge, buddy? Buddy? There he is. It's me. I guess they all sort of come back together. Kyroot congratulates Rizia on successful election. Morella extends solidarity to the RPP. Nationalization. Port Rizal. Late night at the palace. Uh-oh. I'm dead. I'm so dead here. I die here. This is where I die. What's going on? You're confused, Freaky? We're reading. No Engineer Gaming? Not today. No Engineer Gaming today. Engineer Gaming on Friday. I was woken up in the middle of the night by the Golden Guard. Due to the sensitivity of the information, I had to be urgently briefed in person. As the king, I knew such a summon could only mean dire news. I put on my clothes and followed Titus through the corridors of my palace. On our way to the chambers, we spoke no words to each other. When we arrived at the doors of the council chambers, Hugo greeted me. He tugged my arm, leaned in, and whispered, "Ramus, my boy, I'm afraid we'll be facing our biggest crisis yet. I must stress this is the time everybody needs calm and resilient leadership." He took a long look at me and my clothes that I'd rushed to put on. "Your butler couldn't be summoned in time, I take it." He put his hand on my shoulder. "Make sure you're ready. I'm sure you'll do the right thing." "I'm always ready, Uncle." "I'm glad to hear that." He opened the door for us and we entered a scene of barely restrained chaos. The counselors were already gathered inside, their faces etched with lines of worry. Upon my entrance, they all stood up immediately. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. "You went to a haunted house, Banana. How was that?" Lucida approached me with a calm demeanor that contrasted with the anxious atmosphere inside. She bowed and spoke. "Your Majesty, we have an emergency to report. About an hour ago, we received grave news, to put it mildly. A very serious incident to our southern border with Pales has unfolded. May the divine God protect us. I wish there was another way to put this. The Grand Duchy of Pales has committed an act of war." This sounds serious. Let's just calm down and start from the beginning. This is what we know so far. Approximately an hour ago, a violent exchange erupted between our soldiers and the Pelesian forces at our border near Fort Ailes. She pointed at the map showing the border between Rizia and Pales. I'll wait for her to continue. "During the brief firefight, the Pelesians managed to cross our border at the Alca River. It appears they made a bold and bloody incursion. They've crossed the river and taken refuge in Navarre Castle." "The Palisades?" "The Palisius." "Yes, Navarre Castle is one of the most well-preserved Rizanid-era Palisius outside of Pales. It's on a small islet on the river Alca directly at our border." "And the casualties?" "6 of our soldiers, Your Majesty." "And theirs?" "We don't know yet. May St. Ruick embrace their souls." Hugo sighed heavily. "There's something incredibly shady about this, the timing and how the incident took place." "I agree, we need more details." "It is too early to be certain about anything. We are currently relying on the preliminary news we've received. According to one onlooker, the first shot was fired from our side directly from the Palisius, but I find it hard to believe that. However, the report of the commanding officer implicitly states they were attacked while they were on patrol duty. The squad on duty was forced to fall back. As a result, the Pelesians managed to enter the castle. The commander reported they have surrounded them, but waiting for orders to be taken any action." Rento looked at her skeptically. "Mr. Esquibel, thoughts?" There were things moving in other rooms. The house has a backstory which is messed up. Hey, sounds like Stray Cats. You played a lot of TF2 today, Graham? It's tempting. It's always tempting to play a little more TF2 than you probably should. "Mr. Esquibel, what's your opinion on this incident?" "Your Majesty, it's perplexing. Pelesians gain nothing by occupying an old castle within our borders, especially considering our cooperation. Someone's trying to sabotage our deal. I think that it's clear." "I agree. Pales has long been unfriendly towards us and coveted our lands. They wouldn't want to give away their rights to areas so easily. This is a blunt show of force, a test of our resolve, right before the signing of our energy deal." "I highly doubt Pales would organize an attack like this. We must consider the possibility of an inside job. Someone who knows our patrols and our weaknesses at the border." Lucida gave him a furious stare. "What are you implying about our intelligence, Mr. Esquibel, or the loyalty of our military officers?" She shook her head. "I don't want to believe this, but could it be that Axel Reinhardt never wanted peace with Rizia in the first place? Was the entire sale of the gas field a charade? It's true, then we fell right into his hands by delivering Vina to Pales. I'm afraid that's the most likely scenario. There is also the possibility that the true provocateur was someone else entirely. An external party who doesn't want us to sign the deal with Pales. Lesbia would certainly fit that bill." The chamber fell into a restless silence. The theory was as plausible as it was terrifying. I looked upon my council, a tableau of concerns, ambition, and fear. We will not act until I talk to the Duke myself and demand an explanation. The councillors fell silent, a questioning look on their faces. Understood, Your Majesty, but let us not delay. Every moment we ponder, Pales grows bolder. I agree with your decision, Your Majesty. We have to be calm if we want to find out the truth and reach an understanding of the Pales. Our enemies will see hesitation as weakness. If we don't show them there are repercussions for their actions, this will only embolden them. I believe His Majesty has already made his decision. The councillors fell silent. Thank you, dismissed. Was there anything else? I believe that was all, Your Majesty. The councillors bowed in respect and left the room. Oh, it's scary. I made that so scary, dude. Homelessness rate high in southeast Rakopa. Where is Vina? King Ram is traveling to Pales. Pales attacks Rizia. How to respond? Dangerous escalation at the Pelesian border. Pelesian troops cross into Rizia. Oh, fuck. Well. We'll stake a meeting. It's a bit tense. But let's see what he has to say. Our convoy drove steadily across the cobbled streets of Old Town Pales. It was my second visit to the Pelesian capital since becoming king of Rizia, and the atmosphere this time was a little more tense. The specter of the recent border incident cast a long shadow over our relations. I sensed it in the mood of everyone around me. Upon our arrival at Castle Reinhardt, we were greeted by the expressionless faces of the Pelesian delegation with no sign of the Duke himself. No pleasantries were exchanged, no diplomatic gestures were played to the cameras. We were instead quickly ushered inside as the reporters were blocked off. Nobody from my security detail nor the welcoming delegation spoke as we entered the room where the meeting was to take place. When Reinhardt entered the room, everyone else left. We didn't speak a word until we were completely alone. King Ramus, your rushed arrival here is a testament to the gravity of the situation. I wish I could say your visit today brings me comfort, but under these circumstances, I find it hard to extend a warm welcome. I hope we can sort this problem out today, Your Grace. He extended his hand for a handshake. I shook his hand and we both sat down. He stared at me, brow furrowed. Look, I do not intend to allow Pales to be pushed around by Rizia any longer, so please, listen to me very carefully. I listened to his words. If you think I'd let Rizia use an orchestrated incident as justification for, well, whatever you tend to do, you'd be wrong. Hold on a second. According to our reports, your soldiers are first, and I seem to believe those reports. Believe me, I'm on the same boat as you. Our reports suggest that your soldiers shot first. I came here to get some answers. Your reports suggest utter lies, Your Majesty. We know that your soldiers incited the incident. Our guards moved on the islet during the firefight simply because they were under fire. So please tell me, Your Majesty, what the hell happened at Navarre Castle? The reports we received can be deceptive, and I fear we are both victims of a larger game. It's not my desire, nor the desire of Rizia, to escalate tensions. We seek only to defend our sovereignty as you do yours. Defend your sovereignty, or expand it at the cost of ours. Reports suggest it was Rizian soldiers who fired first, instigating the conflict. Those reports are not accurate, Duke Reinhardt. Rizia has no interest in provoking a war. The situation at the border was a defensive response triggered by movements we perceived as hostile. What would we gain from this, Your Grace? I don't know, he sighed. Look, Your Majesty, you speak of peace and cooperation, yet the actions at the border tell a different story. Hello, Poopy Butt. What's up? At this moment, our soldiers in the castle are surrounded by your forces. If you want to have a dialogue, they must be first allowed to leave. Of course, they will be allowed to leave immediately. Good. Now, it is common for patrols to be near the borders. It's another thing entirely to respond with gunfire. We were in close cooperation since we agreed on our deal in Arius, and right before this happened, this cannot be brushed aside as a misunderstanding. I'm not brushing aside anything. I suspect it could be an inside job. An inside job from Rizia? So you also think that your reports are untrustworthy? I'm starting to suspect that. It is a possibility indeed. What do we do about it then, Your Majesty? This disparity in reports is precisely why a joint investigation is critical. We can't rely solely on biased perspectives. Look, Your Grace, I think there's someone else behind this incident. We can't point fingers at ourselves. We must work together on this. Biased perspective? Are you suggesting that Pales is fabricating its reports? No, I'm not pointing fingers at Pales. It could be from within Rizia as well. Confusion and paranoia. This perspective is a slippery slope, Your Majesty. Your call for a joint investigation seems more like a tactic to buy time, perhaps to strengthen your position. Delay benefits neither of us. The longer this tension persists, the greater the risk of escalation. What's your suggestion, Your Grace? Neutral international observation. Observers must be involved through a proper investigation. Agreed. And what if the investigations reveal actions that cannot simply be rectified? What if they expose a deeper plot or intention? Both sides want peace. Why would any result? And we act accordingly. Then we face those revelations together and act in the interest of peace and justice. You might be right. So you accept to conduct joint investigations together with international partners? Yes. Good. We will not take any action until the results are in, but until we clear this up, we have to cancel the official signing of our deal for the time being. Until we have clear answers, Pales will not be transferring the extraction rights to Rizia. Can you give me any guarantee that you will sign the deal after the investigation? Agreed. Great to hear. Thank you for coming to Pales. We both stood up and shook hands. Well then, have a nice day, Your Majesty. We'll see each other soon. Oh, by the way, Miss Torres, we stay with us until the investigations are complete. He smiled broadly. I took one last look back as I went outside to rejoin Lorento and tell him what I agreed to. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yikers. Yikers. Alright, guys. That was tense. That was tense. Jesus Christ. What a fucking nightmare. I hate statecraft. Just kidding. The statecraft is the best part. TikTok isn't telling you what game this is. This is Suzerain. You'll see here in a second. Yeah, there you go. Oh, well, you can't see it, but I'm gonna be right back. I actually have to pee really bad. I'm gonna refill my water, and then we'll be back with reading some more Color of Magic by Terry Pratchett. BRB. Hang on, let me get some real music up. You know, let me You know, that's good and everything, but let me get some real music up. Some real music. Let's do... I think Radiata Stories is probably pretty acceptable as, like, general fantasy music, I'd say. Something like that. Okay. Hello! Ever thought about starting a GoopTube channel? I don't know what that means, but yes, now I have. Hello, Yuki. Welcome back. Alright, let me get a drink. Fuck, I always either go to the bathroom, get a drink, and forget to do the other thing that I'm supposed to be doing. Alright, let me refill my water. Alright. Here we go again. Here we go again. We feel like animals, we play pretend, or whatever it is. However that song goes. And It's So Criminal, or something like that. Alright, we're back again with Terry Pratchett's The Color of Magic, lads. Lads and lattices? What's this book due again? This book is due on the 23rd. Today is the 15th. Oh, I'll definitely be blown through this. Oh, right, we're back again. We're back. Guess what? I don't remember what happened last time. Because I was sick. But let's read on anyway. We're on page 154. Let me see when the next chapter is. Will we read it tonight, or will I simply... No, we'll not be reading the next chapter tonight. Alright. Let me put on my wizard hat. And let's begin. Two Flowers sat on his straw and stared into the darkness. He wondered how long he'd been there. Hours, at least. Days, probably. He speculated that perhaps it'd been years, and he had simply forgotten. No, that sort of thinking wouldn't do. He tried to think of something else. Grass, trees, fresh air, dragons. Dragons. There was the faintest of scrabblings in the darkness. Two Flower felt the sweat prickle on his forehead. Something was in the cell with him. Something that made small noises. But even in the pitch blackness gave the impression of hugeness. He felt the air move. When he lifted his arm, there was a greasy feel and faint shower of sparks that betokened a localized magical field. Two Flower found himself fervently wishing for light. A gout of flame rolled past his head and struck the far wall. As the rocks flashed into the furnace heat, he looked up at the dragon that now occupied more than half the cell. "I obey, Lord," said a voice in his head. By the glow of the crackling, spitting stone, Two Flower looked into his own reflection in two enormous green eyes. Beyond them, the dragon was a multi-hued horn, spiked and lithe as the one in his memory. A real dragon. Its folded wings were nevertheless still wide enough to scrape the wall on both sides of the room. It lay with him between its talons. "Obey," he said, his voice vibrating with terror and delight. "Of course, Lord." The glow faded away. Two Flower pointed a trembling finger at where he remembered the door to be and said, "Open it." The dragon raised its huge head. Again, the ball of flame rolled out, but this time, as the dragon's neck muscles contracted, its color faded from orange to yellow, from yellow to white, and finally to the faintest of blues. By the time the flame was also very thin, and where it touched the wall, the molten rock spat and ran. When it reached the door, the metal exploded onto a shower of hot droplets. Black shadows arced and jiggered over the walls. Damn, that word sounded awful. The metal bubbled for an eye-aching moment, and then the door fell in two pieces in the passage beyond. The flame winked out with a suddenness that was almost as startling as its arrival. Two Flower stepped gingerly over the cooling door and looked up and down the corridor. It was empty. The dragon followed. The heavy door frame caused it some minor difficulty, which it overcame with a swing of its shoulders that tore the timber out and tossed it to one side. The creature looked expectantly at Two Flower, its skin rippling and twitching as it sought to open its wings in the confines of the passage. "How'd you get in there?" said Two Flower. "You summoned me, master." "I don't remember doing that." "In your mind. You called me up, in your mind, thought the dragon patiently. You mean I just thought of you and you were there? Yes. It was magic. Yes. But I've thought about dragons all my life. In this place, the frontier between thought and reality is probably a little confused. All I know is that once I was not, and then you thought of me, and then I was. Therefore, of course, I am yours to command. Good grief! I can't believe you fucking said that. Good grief! Half a dozen guards chose that moment to turn the bend in the corridor. They stopped, open-mouthed, then one remembered himself sufficiently to raise his crossbow and fire. You'll be right back, Yuki, gotcha. Wattpad? The fanfics? No, this is The Color of Magic by Terry Pratchett. It's the first book in the Discworld series. You gonna lurk for a bit, Banana? Gotcha. The dragon's chest heaved, the quarrel exploded into flaming fragments in midair. The guards scurried out of sight. A fraction of a second later, a wash of flame played over the stones where they had been standing. Two-Flower looked up in admiration. Can you fly too? He said. Of course. Two-Flower glanced up and down the corridor and decided against following the guards since he knew himself to be totally lost already. Any direction was probably an improvement. He edged past the dragon and hurried away, the huge beast turning with difficulty to follow him. They padded down a series of passages that crisscrossed like a maze. At one point, Two-Flower thought he heard shouts a long way behind them, but they soon faded away. Sometimes the dark arch of a crumbling doorway loomed past them in the gloom. Light filtered through dimly from various shafts and, here and there, bounced off big mirrors that had been mortared into angles of the passage. Sometimes there was a brighter glow from a distant light well. That was odd, thought Two-Flower, as he strolled down a wide flight of stairs and kicked up billowing clouds of silver dust motes, was that the tunnels here were much wider, and better constructed too. There were statues and niches set in the walls, and here and there faded but interesting tapestries had been hung. They mainly showed dragons by the hundred, in flight or hanging from their perch rings. Dragons with men on their backs, hunting down deer, and sometimes other men. Two-Flower touched one tapestry gingerly. The fabric crumbled instantly in the hot, dry air, leaving only a dangling mesh where some threads had been plaited with fine gold wire. I wonder why they left all this, he said. I don't know, said the polite voice in his head. He turned and looked up into the scaly horse face above him. What's your name, dragon? Said Two-Flower. I don't know. I think I shall call you Nine Reeds. That is my name, then. They waded through the all-encroaching dust in the series of huge, dark, pillared halls which had been carved out of solid rock. With some cunning, too. From floor to ceiling, the walls were a mass of statues, gargoyles, bas-reliefs, and fluted columns that cast weird moving shadows when the dragon gave an obliging illumination at Two-Flower's request. They crossed the lengthy galleries and vast carven amphitheaters, all awash with deep, soft dust and completely uninhabited. No one had come to these dead caverns in centuries. Ducks! Hello, Nothing Weirdo Paws. Then he saw the path, leading away from yet another dark tunnel mouth. Someone had been using it regularly and recently. It was a deep, narrow trail in the gray blanket. Two-Flower followed it. It led through still more lofty halls and winding corridors, quite big enough for a dragon, and dragons had come this way once, it seemed. There was a room full of rotting harnesses, dragon-sized, and another room containing plate and chainmail big enough for elephants. They ended in a pair of green bronze doors, each so high that they disappeared into the gloom. In front of Two-Flower, at chest height, was a small handle shaped like a brass dragon. When he touched it, the door swung open instantly, and with a disconcerting noiselessness. Sorry. Instantly, sparks crackled in Two-Flower's hair, and there was a sudden gust of hot, dry wind that didn't disturb the dust in the way the ordinary wind should, but, instead, whipped it up momentarily into unpleasantly half-living shapes before it settled again. In Two-Flower's ears came the strange shrill twittering of the things locked in the distant dungeon dimensions out beyond the fragile lattice of time and space. Shadows appeared where there was nothing to cause them. The air buzzed like a hive. They got ducks! In short, there was a vast discharge of magic going on around him. The chamber beyond the door was lit by a pale green glow. Stacked around the walls, each on its own marble shelf, were tier upon tier of coffins. In the center of the room was a stone chair on a raised dais, and it contained a slumping figure which did not move but said in a brittle voice, "Come in, young man." The dead... Wait. Two Flowers stepped forward. The figure in the seat was human, as far as he could make out in the murky light, but there was something about the awkward way it was sprawled in the chair that made him glad he couldn't see it any clearer. "I'm dead, you know," came a voice from what Two Flower fervently hoped was ahead in a conversational tones. "Yeah, I expect you can tell." Said Two Flower. "Yeah," he began to back away. "Obvious, isn't it?" agreed the voice. "You'd be Two Flower, wouldn't you? Or is that later?" "Later," said Two Flower. "Later than what?" He stopped. "Well," said the voice, "you see, one of the advantages of becoming dead is that one is released, as it were, from the bonds of time, and therefore I can see everything that has happened or will happen, all at the same time, except that, of course, I now know that time does not, for all practical purposes, exist." "That doesn't sound like a disadvantage," said Two Flower. "You don't think so? Imagine every moment being at one and the same time, a distant memory and a nasty surprise, and you'll see what I mean. Anyway, I now recall what it was I'm about to tell you, or have I already done so? That's a fine-looking dragon, by the way, or don't I say that yet?" Those ducks are fucking prime. That's what I'm saying, Scooter. These ducks do be fucking prime. "It is rather good. It just turned up," said Two Flower. "It turned up," said the voice. "You summoned it." "Yes, well, all I did... You have the power." "All I did was think of it." "That's what the power is. Have I already told you that I am Grieka the First? Or is that next? I'm sorry, but I haven't had too much experience of transcendence. Anyway, yes, the power. It summons dragons, you know." "I think you already told me that," said Two Flower. "Did I? I certainly intended to," said the dead man. "But how does it? I've been thinking about dragons all my life, but this is the first time one has turned up." Let me get a drink. "Oh, well, you see, the truth of the matter is that dragons have never existed as you, and until I was poisoned some 3 months ago, I understand existence. I'm talking about the true dragon, Draconis nobilis, you understand. The swamp dragon, Draconis vulgaris, is a base creature not worth our consideration. The true dragon, on the other hand, is a creature of such refinement of spirit that they can only take form in this world if they are conceived by the most skilled imagination. And even then, the said imagination must be in some place heavily impregnated with magic, which helps to weaken the walls between the world and the seen and unseen. Then the dragons pop through, as it were, and impress their form into the world's possibility matrix. I was very good at it when I was alive. I could imagine up to, 500 dragons at a time. Now Liesa, the most skilled of my children, can barely imagine 50 rather nondescript creatures. So much for a progressive education. She doesn't really believe in them. That's why her dragons are rather boring, while yours," said the voice of Grieka, "is almost as good as some of mine used to be. A sight for sore eyes, not that I have any to speak of now." Two Flowers said hurriedly, "You keep saying you're dead." Well, the dead, they don't talk much, as a rule. I used to be an exceptionally powerful wizard. My daughter poisoned me, of course. It is generally accepted method of succession in our family, but..." The corpse sighed, or at least a sigh came from the air a few feet above it. "It soon became obvious that none of my 3 children is sufficiently powerful to wrest the lordship of the Wormbird from the other 2, a most unsatisfactory arrangement. A kingdom like ours has to have one ruler, so I resolved to remain alive in an unofficial capacity, which of course annoys them all immensely. I won't give my children the satisfaction of burying me until there is only one of them left to perform the ceremony." There was a nasty wheezing noise. Two Flower decided that it was meant to be a chuckle. "So, it was one of them that kidnapped us," said Two Flower. "Liesa," said the dead wizard's voice. "My daughter. Her power is strongest, you know. My son's dragons are incapable of flying more than a few miles before they fade." "Fade? I didn't notice that we could see through the one that brought us here," said Two Flower. "I thought that was a bit odd." "Of course," said Grieka. "The power only works near the Wormbird. It's the inverse square law, you know. At least, I think it is. As the dragons fly further away, they begin to dwindle. Otherwise, my little Liesa would be ruling the whole world by now. If I know anything about it, I can see I mustn't keep you. I expect you'll be wanting to rescue your friend." Two Flower gaped. "Prun?" he said. "Not him, the skinny wizard. My son Liort is trying to hack him to pieces. I admire the way you rescued him. I mean. Two Flower drew himself up to his full height. An easy task. Oh, mega lol, dude. Why the fuck did Why is Terry Pratchett insulting his own fucking creations, man? Hello, little shark. Where is he? He said, heading towards the door with what he hoped was a heroic stride. Just follow the pathway and dust, said the voice. Liesa comes to see me sometimes. She still comes to see her old dad, my little girl. She was the only one with the strength of character to murder me. A chip off the old block. Good luck, by the way. I seem to recall I said that. Well, I say that now, I mean. The rambling voice got lost in the maze of tenses as Two-Flower ran along the dead tunnels, with the dragon loping along easily behind him. But soon he was leaning against a pillar, completely out of breath. It seemed ages since he had anything to eat. Why don't you fly? Said Nine Reeds inside his head. The dragon spread its wings and gave an experimental flap, which it lifted momentarily off the ground. Two-Flower stared for a moment, then ran forward and clambered quickly onto the beast's neck. Soon, they were airborne. The dragon skimmed along easily a few feet from the floor and leaving a billowing cloud of dust in its wake. Two-Flower hung on as best as he could as Nine Reeds swooped through the succession of caverns and soared around a spiral staircase that could easily have accommodated a retreating army. At the top, they emerged into a more inhabited region, and mirrors at every corner brightly polished and reflecting a pale light. I smell other dragons. The wings became a blur, and Two-Flower was jerked back as the dragon veered and sped off down a side corridor like a gnat-crazed swallow. Another sharp turn sent them soaring out of the tunnel mouth in the side of the vast cavern. There were rocks far below, and up above were broad shafts of light from great holes near the roof. A lot of activity on the ceiling, too, as Nine Reeds hovered, thumping the air with his wings. Two-Flower peered up at the shapes of roosting beasts, the tiny men-shaped dots that were somehow walking upside down. This is a roosting hall, said the dragon in a satisfied tone. As Two-Flower watched, one of the shapes far above detached itself from the roof and began to grow larger. What a fucking way to say somebody fell on his ass. That was a couple pages of Terry Pratchett's The Color of Magic. We'll see what happens tomorrow night. Oh my goodness! I hope everybody had a good time tonight. I'll catch everybody tomorrow for... What are we doing tomorrow? Tomorrow we're playing some fucking Roblox. See everybody then. Bye-bye, everybody. Janne, bye-bye, bye-bye, Janne, bye-bye, 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 Janne.